who can't wait to get this game over with. They can start afresh in the next game against Carey.
I think the balls coming back to play off conversions have to be addressed. But you lose a lot of time on that, and because especially you got to synchronize a bad kick by two bad kicks by Mahanama. They got to sort that out by the restarts, because what happened, one went over the dead ball line, this one went directly into touch, and these are crucial things that you have to cover it, because as you said, the restart is very important.
Absolutely, SW. I think you were spot on there, because remember, people talk about Fiji and flair, Fiji and their passing, Fiji and their supporting. But Fiji dominates all the other teams when it comes to their restarts. Every time Fiji kicks, they are sure to get the ball back. And that is how you dominate Sevens Rugby. And Mahanama will want to make sure that they fix this up, because in closer games, that's going to be very important. But something that has gone their way for Mahanama College is how they have been turning over position. That's something that you spoke about as well. That is full time as Mahanama take the game 36 points to 0. They will be delighted at their start, and SW, that was a superlative performance by Mahanama ahead on top of Kanagar, and they make sure to send the word to the rest of the teams. Be aware, we are here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Dialog sends a message to the rest of the world. We are back with the rugby. And it's good to see the schools rugby back here. It doesn't matter which segment, which sector, as long as we have those jerseys on, the stockings on, with the boots on, and with the oval shape, boys enjoying rugby. And they just they should enjoy it. This is the replay of your brilliant tackle, fumble with the ball, and the referee, I think, this is a match replay. A beautiful run on the flank by Mahanama, scoring that try.
Here we are, the second game of the competition. Papare College taking on Sumangala College. That again is going to be this is going to be very interesting one as well. Crashing through, strong lad there.
Yeah, absolutely, crashing through the snow.
Sending the ball out. Resembling the colors of Chiefs.
Interesting. I was just thinking about the comment on the colorful of the jerseys, and you came with the Chiefs because you've been watching international rugby. And fantastic, lovely color. Oh, that's a bad handling. That's a knock on there by the colorful looking lads from Sumangala. Yeah, Sumangala colors. That's right. Their colors are there. That's right. Sumangala playing with Papare College. Good to see these schools coming and taking part in a competition, starting off. And Papare, of course, with the green and white, attacking from a screen from left to right. And the colorful Chiefs are attacking from right to left.
Coming to you live from Royal Complex, and that was a poor pass. Traveled forward as well. They had plenty of numbers.
See, Sumangala has got some big boys, and we talk good for 15s and 7s. Yes, 7s, we should have the big boys coming in, as we see the scrum, the first scrum of the match. to be put in by Pierre Ratna. The scrum was not so steady and the referee is not happy about it. Oh, we got our colours change. I think the multicolored chiefs, as you say, are Priyaratna and Sri Sumangala. But I thought Sumangala always had this multicolored, those colors combination on.
I think you're referring to the good old Sumangala from the hills. But this is the Western Province. I think they prefer a little bit of the green here in the Western Province. Oh, a poacher's try, looking for a poacher's try, but was bundled into touch. It's a good assignment for the referees, is also, isn't it? Being able to engage with this school competition. It's going to be very important for them as well as they warm up to a rugby season. From what we know, what we hear, and what we know, January it might be the start of the club rugby season. Now it's been a while we've had that as well, as Sri Sumangala College tried to spread it out wide, but falls in the breadbasket of Piyaratana College, not controlled in the stoppage. Well, interesting. That seems like a that was kicked out on the full.
Went direct into touch, and as you said, I think the referees are also having an outing, and they had a very good outing with the club's servants that they played few months back, and it's a good outing for them. They've been well trained and looked after by Mr. Dilroy Fernando. My apologies for the change of colors from the two schools. As the players are rusted, we are rusted too. As you see, a penalty quick tap taken by Piyaratna. There is not 10 meters. Will the referee have his card out for that? No. So Sri Sumangala and Sri Piyaratna yet to open their account. Sri Sumangala. Oh, that's a cardinal error. No pressure at all. Everybody's 10 meters back and you drop that pass. Take your eyes off. Dialog Schools Rugby 2021. No team has advanced over the goal line as yet, as the scores remain nil all. As we see Sri Sumangala with a very good opportunity in their own half and a beautiful pass and a run down the flank. Will he be chased down? No, yes, no. He's got a fantastic bit of running, good running. And
well, what a try. What a try. That's going to be a beautiful one. And also, that might actually make the reel of the dialogue moment of the day. We will compile a video of 3 of the best tries that we see of the day. And I think so far there is definitely a contender, SW. Running down the tram lines and making sure that he foots inside. Beautiful try.
Well, fantastic run, yeah, fantastic gesture coming in. A lot of things are coming in by Dialog. I wonder whether I was born in the wrong era, because plenty of things, plenty of competitions, healthy competitions coming in, and you got a chance, opportunity of winning a lot of things. These boys are blessed because the huge sponsorship Dialog has been in the forefront, and it's good for sports.
Good high-hanging deep kick by Sumangala, and despite a good collection, poor pass that time by the lad from Piyaratna, sending it straight into touch. In the world as we knew it, SW, if it was if this tournament was played under normal circumstances, we would have had plenty of parents, family, well-wishers of the colleges, old boys, gracing these grounds, cheering the teams on. There would have been a lot of fanfare. And what we want to remind everybody is that yes, you are not able to be here at the grounds, but you can join this competition. You will be part of this competition. You can join the conversation. That half time as Sumangala go into Lemons with the lead 5-0 over Pierratana. There's nothing between the two teams, just that one breakaway try. And all of you at home, join with us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports at www.thepapare.com. Get into the conversation. Tag hashtag Schools Rugby is back, and also tag the Papare Twitter handle at the Papare Official. And we will include you on the live stream as well. Be part of the conversation, and we want you to feel part of the rugby as well, because spectators, well-wishers, all boys, and all stakeholders have been the live wire that has been keeping Sri Lankan schools rugby, that have actually made Sri Lankan schools rugby the most followed domestic sport in the country, more than cricket.
Wow, good statistics. And although, as you said, the spectators can't, the parents, well-wishers, old boys can't make it to the grounds, Papare.com is taking the game into their homes. And all you got to do is, in a comfortable atmosphere, you can call some of your friends if you wish to, and watch the game on TV and cheer. As you see the second game of the day, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens 2021. We may not witness the spectators, but I'm sure in their homes, they must be watching it, because Papare has taken it to the home. As you see the start of the second half by Pierratana College. A fumble start, a little bit of knee boot into the ball, and straight away Kanangara under pressure.
Pierratana looking to put pressure, looking to start the second half strong. Bundles the ball carrier of Sumangala College into touch. And here's a golden opportunity for Pierratana College. Just about 10 meters away from the Sumangala try line. Line out in an attacking position. They need to make sure that they get this throw right. A little bit of a wobbly one, and they botch it. They botch it, but Sumangala says it's Christmas. It's the season of giving. Let's give the position back to you. Let's see whether you can score and make a match of this. It's going to be very interesting to see how Pierratana takes up this opportunity. It's going to be very important for them to start this second half with a score.
I like the comment. It's a Christmas season of giving, and then and somebody would have said, "Denoa kila homa den depa."
Well, Pierratana doesn't want to be second to Sumangala, it seems, and as they knock the ball forward, it was the halfback who was trying to snipe through, as any good sniping halfbacks do, but came under pressure from the defenders of Sumangala College. Referee doing the right thing, doing a provisional HIA there. Seems like the player is okay.
Pierratana had a great opportunity of equaling the scores, but they lost the opportunity. And now Sri Sumangala has got the put into the scrum. Referee Jeffrey Shide is giving instructions about driving too early. for both sides to keep the scrum steady.
Sumangal scrum under pressure. Inside their goal line. This is dangerous. Can they go from coast to coast? This was the speedster who went all the way. Well, two men coming together to bring him down. Papare managed to turn over. Referee Shahidin says not releasing the man. So Sumangal with an opportunity now will get advantage as Papare College weren't 10 meters. Referee says no 10 meters. They can't take the quick tap for the second consecutive time. Sumangal College. Papare did have some encouraging a few exchanges in at the start of the second half. Do need to try and capitalize on it and get a score. Yet again penalized. Hands on the deck. There's no getting away from the referee who is right there. Sumangala now. Oh, how many tacklers did he run through? But unfortunately, doesn't get the offload right. And Papare can consider themselves very, very, very fortunate for that not to have turned into a try.
Yeah, I think they're very fortunate too with the referee not getting that yellow card for the second, not 10 meters. And if you see the third, that one that they took, the penalty, or the fourth one, and one player did interfere before that, I think he should use a card if you are not interfering with to make it very simple so that the players will know that they have to retire 10.
Now Papare looking to run from their own 22. Big man goes crashing in, offloads, good offload to his teammate. Papare looking to recycle. Taking time now. Big man attacks the close quarters but loses the ball. Ripped away by Sumangal College. And how about that? Speeding away is number 9 for Sri Sumangala, who touches down for the second try of the game for them. And Sumangala extend their lead 10 points to 0.
Yeah, that was a very opportunist try. The big ball went for the into contact, a lost position, and beautifully worked out. And Sri Sumangala extends their lead, a very comfortable lead, as we are approaching 5.5 minutes on our clock here. As number 10, the conversion looks good. Yes, the flags go up. So it's 12 points to nothing by Papare. And looks comfortable with a few minutes to go. They should take the game with a tick mark for the big W.
The game of sevens is a very funny game, and it can be anybody's game on the day. And all you need is a couple of minutes and a speedster like that who can finish off good work by the teammates.
I think he had quite a good speed. I mean, running around, and he was like, nobody could stop. I was thinking about Speedy Gonzalez because he was quite fast, quite quick.
And it's quite interesting, isn't it, SW? There's another dimension of that is not visible to us. Loses it forward that time. Papare still managing to hold on to possession. Needs support. Went on to the wrong side where there were plenty defenders. Now recycling the ball. Still running from the right into the hands of the man in the pocket, who straightens things out. Good tackle. Had to be made. Good tackle. Now Sri Sumangala in a little bit of trouble. Oh, beautifully collected. Needs to give it out. Needs to give it out. Should have given it out earlier. But they still hold on to possession, Sumangala. And will get their third try. Will they? Just short. Walks into touchdown. There you go. Third try for Sumangala, and Papare slowly but surely crumbling.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Very good side play. But very interesting point was before. I don't know whether you could do the replay on that. The kickoff, the restarter. Uh, Piratna players were right down, maybe about 15 meters or 10 meters away from the. As you see the replay, the try replay, went to
Very good call by the ball carrier as well. He realized that he can't go all the way. Didn't try to hold on to the ball, but made it available despite being just about 6 to 7 inches short of the try line.
As you see the end of that second game for Dialog Sevens Rugby 2021, Sri Sumangala coming out victorious over Priyaratna College and coming back to the 17 points to nil, and a comfortable win by Sri Sumangala, because the players of the kickoff facing the kickoff, they were about 10 meters away from the 10-meter line. So these are the things that the coaches will have to look into and see that things come right. Those are basics. And Sri Sumangala kicked the ball right where the player was. They would have got the 10 meters, collected the ball, and gone through. Those are little things that they will have to sort out.
We'll go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will have the third game of Dialog Schools Rugby 7 Western Province Segment B.
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7 is live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugathadas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Welcome back to the live action brought to you on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com, Dialog TV Channel 1, and also on Dialog View app. You're joining the game against St. Benedict's versus St. John's Nugegoda, to both institutions. Fierce competitors on and off the rugby field, and also St. Benedict's pride themselves of a brilliant choir as well, and who must be quite busy this season. It's going to be very interesting how this game will pan out. Both the teams, it's not going to be very easy for us SW, especially given the fact that both teams have green as their base color. Both the teams are green babies, so it'll be a little difficult for us and the referees to try and spot the difference in two teams, but hopefully there will be some indicators on the jerseys. And just to remind some of you who might have just joined in, remember there are plenty of data that we are looking to give away. 10 winners will walk away with 10 GB worth of data. All you got to do is keep your eyes peeled for our favorite North Pole to dash across the screen. Santa will be dashing across the screen, and all you got to do is make sure that you take a look at the time when he does and comment on the Papare Rugby page. And 10 winners who give us this correct answer will walk away with 10 GB worth of data.
අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby is live on Dialog Television, Dialog web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට.
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
Live pictures here from the Royal Sports Complex from www.thepapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub. So it's up to match number 4, St. Benedict's versus St. John's. I'm trying to Kavit, it's nice to be back commentating on school rugby games after a lapse of almost 2 years.
Yes, Hisham, it has been a long lapse in the schools rugby. Yes, the B teams taking part in the A group. This is St. Benedict's versus St. John's. The fourth game of the tournament. The last game, Nalanda versus Piliandra Central, wasn't played, was a walkover. A penalty given to St. Benedict's early on, starting St. John's rather. The penalty going the other way. St. Benedict's taking it quickly. Goes into contact. Numbers on the outside, but the pass doesn't find the winger.
So it's the second scrum, and this time it will be in favor of St. John's.
It will be interesting to see what the set piece is going to be for St. John's. They have the winger on the blind side as well. No one marking him. Here's the scrum half sniping through. Numbers on the outside for St. John's, but decides to take it quickly. Here's the number 10 taking the ball into contact.
That's the second time the number 12 has cut back inside when he had a few men on the overlap. But regardless, St. John's still with possession. They really need to send this ball wide, but pressure coming in from the opposition, but not in a legitimate way. So I think the referee reaches for his pocket. So now a numerical advantage for St. John's as well. They really need to focus. They've taken the quick tap. Decides to come back in, goes into contact, retains possession. They really need to switch the pass, but once again tries to go alone, not held in the tackle. Ball, it's all over the place. Once again the number 12 this time comes back inside. Should be the first score, or is he held up?
Finally dots it down. It was scrappy play to start with, but then again it was a good finish. And St. John's are finally on the board. Just 3 minutes on the clock. And here's the replay of the try. He should have gone on the outside rather. And finally dots it down. It was scrappy play, but then again it's a score on the board.
Just managed to put some pressure and made that score. Not the easiest of conversions, but let's see if St. John's can add the extras.
Has the distance but not the direction. So it's 5-0 to St. John's. Initial exchanges has been a little scrappy, but then again St. John's have managed to score. Is that replay? The restart. St. John's still with that numerical advantage. Doesn't manage to collect it cleanly, but does manage to secure the ball. Tries to go through the ruck. A lovely offload as well, but still held in the tackle. Here's the scrum half trying to burst through the outside, and he's finally managed to get it over, and that will be the first try for St. Benedict's with the man down, and that's 5-all.
That's a lovely try. Saw the space on the blind side, took the opportunity, had a one-on-one with the opposition scrum half, and then give him the little shimmy, and goes all the way under the post. And with the conversion to come, they have the opportunity to take the lead. That's a brilliant try.
There was no man marking the scrum half. He sniped through that gap on the outside and burned the pace, and the conversion isn't successful. So it's 5-all. St. Benedict's taking on St. John's. The numerical advantage has been restored.
There you go. Little shimmy, went on the outside, and then used the space to add the finishing touches. Brilliant move, brilliant solo try to get his team right back in the game.
St. Benedict's to restart. A lovely high-hanging kick, collected cleanly by St. John's, and bursting through the middle. He needs numbers, puts in the offload, cuts back on the outside, then back on the inside. Finally manages to get it through. Here's the winger, taken into touch. That was a good tackle coming in from the St. Benedict's winger.
Well, yes, kept him on the outside, kept him on check, always along the touchline, and then made the tackle. Just managed to drag him out of play. St. Benedict's just need to keep a hold of the ball and try to use the full width of the pitch. Here they go, off the line out. The ball's once again a long pass, doesn't find its man, but ends up in the hands of the winger. Held up in possession, they're going back, nowhere to go. St. John's teaming up with the tackles. Ball is once again loose, and things don't look good for St. Benedict's, but they get away with the penalty.
That was a silly penalty, hands on the ruck. Hands in the ruck rather. So St. Benedict's takes it quickly. Numbers on the outside, but decides to cut back inside, and a lovely step, and he's through. Probably go all the way. Looks like there's no one catching him, and that will be the second try for St. Benedict's. Coming in right under the posts. It was a lovely step to start with, to cut inside that gap, and goes through, scores under the post. It's 10 points to 5 for St. Benedict's.
That's a good recovery from St. Benedict's after the initial challenge they faced in the first half, going down a man and then going down by a try as well, but then two good tries, you'd say, two individual brilliance saving them. The conversion is good, so it's half time and St. Benedict's find themselves in the lead, 12 points to 5.
And that will be half time. 12 points to 5, St. Benedict's leading. And here's a look at the highlights. The first score coming from St. John's, the big man going through, dotting it through. And then there was 2 reply tries from St. Benedict's. One at the scrum half, sniping through the outside. There was that little shimmy. And the next try as well. It was a lovely cutback in, knowing where the space was. This is the third try, right under the posts, and that will be half time. So 12 points to 5, St. Benedict's leading.
I think defensively St. John's have been a little bit aggressive, but it's just that they've missed those one-on-one tackles at crucial moments, which have given St. Benedict's a few opportunities. And in fairness to St. Benedict's, they've taken those opportunities and then got themselves right back in the game. If not, if you looked at that first half, they were quite lost, very scrappy in possession as well. But they've taken the opportunities which have come their way and got themselves in the lead. Here we go, the second half. St. John's letting the ball bounce, collected. Now they swing it out wide. This time decides to stop, come back inside. Still, St. Benedict's not making those tackles. Pressure at the breakdown, and they're successful. Coming in from the side, says the referee. And St. Benedict's take it quickly. Here's the number 13. Fumbles, unfortunately. Couldn't make any headway. Goes to the blind side, but read well. But once again, coming in from the side. And St. John's have possession. Swings it out wide. Lovely short pass there, but read well by the Benedictine defense. Good hands, and the number 13 might be a high tackle, no, but good offload as well. But yes, the linesman is signaling on that tackle, so you might see another yellow here.
Not releasing the tackler rather. It looked like a high tackle. probably going to the pocket was the number 13 from St. Benedict's.
Yes. So it's just a warning, it's not a yellow.
Penalty given. So St. John's with that penalty, the player down was on the receiving end.
It seems like he's hurt his groin or his hamstring rather. So St. John's would need to make that replacement. So unfortunately, it seems that number 12, he's done for the day. Needs to be shutted off. And you would expect all these injuries because these players are making an entry into the field after a lapse of almost 1.5 years. And it's a game of sevens. Their bodies are going to be really taxed. But here we go. St. John's coming back inside, has the man on the outside. And this should be the second try. Just held up on shot of the line, but it's a knock forward, and then the referee will award a penalty. That's unfortunate. He had all the space on the outside, decided to cut back in.
He tried to step back in, shouldn't have done so. The referee having a word, and St. Benedict's finally getting out of jail. That was a lucky escape, rather. Taken quickly. And here's St. Benedict's, a lovely step in. Taken down by St. John's. The pass doesn't find the player, rather. And here's a lovely break. Looks like he's going all the way. That'll be the third try coming for St. Benedict's, right under the posts. A lovely step, just like the second try that was scored. The defense opening up for St. John's. 17 points to 5 with the conversion to come.
That's a yellow card as well, off the ball incident probably. There was a defender who was chasing the try scorer. Probably some incident the referee saw while the try was scored. It will be interesting to see the replay on that. Here we go. Steps inside and uses gas all the way coast to coast. And I think this was the incident where the chaser was given the yellow card. It will be interesting to see what he did actually. He did give up on the chase. The try is scored.
Here's the restart. A lovely high hanging kick. Just doesn't find the 10 meters. So it'll be a tap for St. John's with a man down. Was really lucky for St. John's with that man down. Here's the big player, lovely offload. Numbers on the outside, but the numerical advantage for St. Benedict's. Very lucky, but the penalty goes the other way.
I think St. John's have really been poor at the breakdown as well as in defense. They've been aggressive in defense, but at crucial points they just keep on missing those important tackles. Just one step, and St. Benedict's have managed to score 3 tries, and they're actually leading by 17 points to 5.
There again a knock on from St. Benedict's. They've got no pressure at the moment because they have a one-man advantage against St. John's, and it'll be interesting to see what set-piece play St. John's will be looking to apply here.
Well, given by how the game has been going so far, I would assume the ball comes out to the fly half for the centre and he cuts back inside. Decides to go himself on the blind side, the scrum half. The rush defense by the Bens. Successful. They're all bunched up. You need to send it out wide. No, cuts back inside again. Big handoff there on the player, but he manages to hold his man. And once again, they give away the penalty. It's been the story all game. Benedicts takes it quickly. Decides to go around the defender. And again, St. John's paying the price for their scrappiness at the breakdown and not taking advantage or in possession.
He exploited that space out wide, knew there was no man defending there, so burned the pace, and the conversion is through. So 24 points to 5. St. Benedict's 4 tries, 2 conversions, and here's the try. No defender out wide, so burned for pace, and was a little unnecessary, and right under the posts.
Used his long strides there to get over the man. So St. Benedict's now running away with this game. Just under 1 minute to play. The game in the bag. It's just about how you manage the next few phases of play. And the first thing is they need to get the restart right.
Here's the restart. A deep kick collected, goes into contact. The yellow carded player has been restored. Numbers a long pass to the centre, but the referee finds an infringement for St. John's. The penalty taken by St. John's, tries to go by himself into contact. One-on-one, not a very good pass to the centre. Here's an opportunity for St. Benedict's. Lovely recovery rather. And
that's a knock forward there, so the time's up. And St. Benedict's, I would say, 4 tries against the run of play, and they've run away with this game 24 points to 5.
And let's take a look at the highlights. Here's St. John's, the first. That would be the third try, outpacing the defender. This was when St. John's had a player in the sin bin. Right under the posts. And the conversion taken. 4 tries, 2 conversions. And St. Benedict's finally winning this game 24 points to 5 against St. John's.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය.
Welcome back, and the 5th game, Kerry College taking on Kannangara. Kannangara already playing 1 game. The first game they won it rather comprehensively, 29 points to 0. And now Kerry will be A good tackle after a lovely restart. Handling not very good. Taken out. Here's Kannangara trying to exploit the wings, but that's a little high. Advantage being played in favor of Kannangara. Numbers on the outside, but cuts back in. The referee plays for the initial advantage. So Kannangara decides to put the ball out on the full, takes the penalty rather.
So it's Kannangara's second game. In fact, they lost the first game to Mahanama. Mahanama outpacing them, outclassing them, and it's Kerry's first game. Looks pumped up. So the first line out of the game goes in favor of Kannangara. Set piece play is really important. It's not straight, so not the best of starts. So Kerry will have the option of a line out or a scrum, and seems like they would go for a scrum. Yes,
a two-man line out opted for Kannangara. So Kerry rather have decided to take on the scrum. Three-man set piece, and feeding to the scrum is Kerry, but isn't stable. So they've called for a restart.
it'll be interesting to see, because judging by the first game, Kannangara's defense on the wing looked quite poor. Yeah, well, here we go, quick tap taken, but not at the right place. So referee calls the Kerry player back, and this time head up for touch.
Opting for territory rather than taking it quickly. There's if you can see the setup, there's a lot of space out wide. They've placed their set pieces quite compact, and hence a Kerry College line out throw in.
So Kerry with a good opportunity rather to strike first on the line out, but they mess it up again. So opportunity now to Kannangara, takes it into contact. They need to secure position. They've got men on the outside, need to send it out, goes alone. Tackle unsuccessful. The rush defense coming in from Kerry, cuts back inside, has a man in support as well, finds the man, but Kerry just managing to scramble back, but the ball is, it's all helter-skelter here. The ball is loose, but Kannangara still with possession.
The pass was hit on the head by the opposition player. It wasn't intentional, so the referee let it play. Good counter-attacking coming in from Kerry, but the player has been bundled into touch, so it will be a line out in favor of Kerry.
So both teams being unsuccessful during line-out time, and that's a major component in the game of sevens. You really sevens is all about keeping possession, and to do that you really need to be spot on the scrums, at line-outs, and even the kickoffs. That's how technical the game is now in the modern era.
Kerry College have a lot of worky players. Here's the number 9, opts to put the ball to boot. The bounce was a little successful, but the ball has been knocked on, so it will be advantage in favor of Kannangara. The scrum has been opted, and here's the referee having a word.
So there seems to be a blood injury on the player, so he needs to leave the field, and Kannangara need to make a replacement. But in the meantime, it will be a scrum in favor of Kannangara. So both teams unable to put up the first points on the board.
Almost 5 minutes played. No one has got on the board. And here's the feed in. Kannangara going for the blind side, opting for that blind side, but a brilliant tackle coming in from Kerry, taken quickly, but the referee calls them back. The Kerry College lineouts has been issue, Hisham, in this game, because they haven't really managed to come into a strong position after winning some penalties. There again, it doesn't have the throw in correctly. So here's another throw in. Overthrown.
Once again, very poor at the line out. They got the advantage, Kannangara, of the replacement player who just came onto the field.
Knocks it on, and here's Kerry College. But right on the centre mark, a scrum in favor of Kerry College. And Kerry College has got more of the opportunities in the first half, but neither teams have managed to capitalize on it. Here's the scrum advantage being played in favor of Kerry. Numbers on the outside, but the pass doesn't find its mark. So initial advantage in favor of Kerry. It'll be interesting to see what they'll do. Takes it quickly and puts the ball to boot for his wingers. Knocks it on, and that'll be a good territorial gain for Kerry.
Yes, the game has been very scrappy. Both teams not making the right decisions, but with the game or the first half coming to a close, this would be ideal for Kerry if they can score and get themselves ahead on the scoreboard. They've got opportunities, both teams. It's just that they haven't managed to capitalize on whatever chances they've got. So scrum in favor of Kerry inside the opposition 22. All they need to do is just get the ball out and send it out wide. Once again, referee says play on.
Plenty of space out wide for Kerry as well, but hands on the ruck, handling the ball on the floor rather. And Kerry takes it quickly, doesn't find the 10 meters. Here's the big man picking and rushing through the defense. Here's show and go, and that will be the first try coming in for Kerry. A lovely show and go from the number 9, and with the conversion to come, it's 5-0 just on the brink of half time. Kerry College scoring their first try.
Well, that after all, here we go. This is a replay. The number 9, little show and go, and then almost slips at the line, but just managed to ground the ball. And Kerry, with the conversion successful, lead 7 points to 0.
And that will be the half time. 7 points to 0. On the brink of half time, Kerry scoring their first try. Has been a very scrappy play. And here's a look at the highlights. The only try being scored right on the brink of half time. The number 9 showing and going, and the conversion going through. So it's 7 points to 0, and that will be half time. 7 points to 0.
Welcome back. It's the second half of game number 6 of the Western Province Schools Rugby 7 Segment B. And this game is between Kerry. If you just joined us, it's between Kerry and CWW Kannangara. And Kerry managing to score a try just on the brink of half time and lead the game 7 points to 0. And Kannangara need to get their set piece right. In fact, both teams need to get their set pieces right. It's been a scrappy game throughout. And Kerry managed to get themselves in the lead courtesy of a good try by their scrum half. So here we go, the second half. Decides to go straight down the field, right into the throat of the Kerry player. Evades the first tackle, finds space, steps inside, and then brought down. A no-look pass, but finds his man and Kerry with possession. This is what Kerry needs to do. Keep possession, keep the ball, send it out wide. They've got men on the outside, but once again decides to throw the boot. That's a good kick, in fact, and that'll be a lovely try. That's the second try of the game by the scrum half.
A lovely grabber rather from the first try scorer, and scoring under the post. First puts the ball to boot and then returns it in the knee and collects it cleanly as well. That's a lovely try for Kerry, and finally Kerry are finding some of their finishing touches, and the conversion is through. So 14 points to the scrum half.
Well, just what Kannangara didn't need. Here we go. Puts the boot in and followed it up well with the chase. Then controls it with his knee.
He had
the bounce in favor of him.
He had numbers on the outside as well. Could have used that option as well, but decided to go by himself. And it will be a restart from.
Well, he seems to be confident with his kicking skills because he's used the boot quite frequently in this game. I think 3 or 4 occasions. But I don't think the coaching staff will mind it at all because he's been responsible for all the points so far. So Kerry in a good position. Is it still too early?
A good
high-hanging kick.
Doesn't manage to collect it cleanly, knocks it forward. Those are the errors Kannangara cannot afford to make because 2 tries on the right side of half-time. They've finally given Kerry a cushion. So they need to capitalize on these opportunities. Both teams have got opportunities, but in the first half it was a little silly play that didn't give them the points.
Yes, possession. It's all about possession. We kept on repeating this. And Kerry now with the scrum. Another score from them would really consolidate their position in this game. And they give away another penalty. It's in fact the Kerry player didn't understand the decision, but here we go. He decided to throw it out wide, looking for the man, looks for the pass, finds the man, cuts it back inside, still on his feet. Good strength by the number 12. Kerry retained possession. Not the best of passes, but still with them. And the number 9 still on his feet. No look pass.
A lovely pass,
but still finds his man. They just need to keep possession from Kerry's perspective, but that's a turnover. Kannangara got men on the outside, and this could be the first try for them. Evades the defense. He needs to really. It was really surprising why he didn't make a dash towards the
lovely step back as well, cutting through the defense and going through right under the post, and the first score coming in for Kannangara. 14 points to 5 with the conversion to come, and that was a good exploitation of pace from the center rather.
Yes, and I think the conversion is successful, so it's 14 points to 7, and Kannangara are right back in this game, but it will be all about the restart. They've been quite poor in the restart in game 1. They need to make this count. They need to attempt a good high hanging kick. but
doesn't manage to collect it cleanly, so it will be a line out in favor of Kannangara.
Well, the ball you can't do that. I'm sorry. It's not a penalty. It's a line out.
Decided to take the quick tap. Was bounced infield and then went out. So Kannangara. So 14 points to 7. A one try conversion could decide go either way, but the line out isn't straight. The opportunities they keep missing.
So it's a scrum in favor of Carey. Inside they can get away from jail here. And do not forget, follow us on our social media platforms, www.facebook.com/thepapare, as well as Instagram and Twitter and Papare Sports Facebook group. So here we go. Carey with the feed in. Scrummer once again puts the boot in. I don't think it was planned, but finds only the player from Kannangara, who decides to run across in a bid to get away from his man, but runs all the way out of play. So that's quite poor. He had men on the other side. He could have just stopped or gone into contact, secured position, and then given another opportunity to find space on the other side of the field. But once again, it'll be interesting to see if Carey can be successful in their line-out. Both teams have not been the best during line-outs. And with time ticking in, we're going into the last minute. This time, Carey. But the line-out was good, not the pass. Kannangara.
And lovely. The penalty coming Carey's way, quickly taken. The referee calls them back. It's time to vote for your favorite team at the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. Cast your vote to help your team become the most popular team and take home rupees 50,000. And you can visit the www.thepapare.com/the most popular. And coming back to the game, Carey College puts the ball to boot, and they've made good territory. They've always managed to put the ball to boot, especially the scrum half. They've used the grubber and gained that territorial advantage. And
now it'll be all about game management, because we are into the final moments of the game. The secure position, but once again the pass is not the best. They probably need to kick it out and touch, but they'll go ahead with the play. And was that a fumble? Was that a knock forward? And they just give away possession now.
They could have just easily put the ball in to touch, and that would be the game. 14 points to 7. Carey College scraping through against Kannangara. We'll have a highlight as well. Just 3 tries in the game. 2 for the scrum half of Carey, who had a good game. Here's the highlights of the second half. Scored quickly, and 14 points to 7 is how it ended.
Next game up, Morutu Vidyalaya taking on Sumangala College Panadura. Neighbors from cities right next to each other, we are battling out for supremacy here. Sumangala College were pretty dominant in their opening exchanges, opening game rather, against Piyaratana College. That's going to be high. Advantage though, referee spotting the loss forward by Sumangala College.
It's good to have schools rugby back, at least rugby in general back, after almost 2 years.
Absolutely, Sunit, and I don't think, I think the referee's boot is feeling the return to rugby as well. Hasn't been used for a while, and that happens when you do use your boots after a while. I'm sure the referees would have been in training and also in action, but nothing like competitive rugby, isn't it? Nothing like a match situation. Chance for both the teams to have a breather.
It's quite humid outside as well, so it's a good opportunity for both teams to get some breath. So, Motu Vidyalaya with the scrum.
Quick ball out available for Motu Vidyalaya. Numbers on the outside. Well, looking to outrun everybody, but good defensive effort by Sumangala College. Motu Vidyalaya still with position. It's very important that in the game of sevens you hold on to position as much as you can. You can try and frustrate, but that time around, terrific stuff from defenders from Sumangala. Now on the counter. Quick tap, unnecessary offload.
Referee spotted the knock on. Losing Sri Sumangala College, losing position in a crucial stage. The scores are 0-all after 2 minutes on the clock. I think even the players are a bit rusty. They're playing after almost 2 years. So they're getting into this. The first time they're having a competitive game.
Absolutely. It'll take a little bit of time for them to get into the groove, but absolutely delight for these young schoolboys to be able to play. That's brilliant. That's definitely going to feature in the moment of the day. Take a note. That try by Motu Vidyalaya, and I hope I can try and get the name of the try scorer, number 9 from Motu Vidyalaya. Absolutely terrific stuff. No problem with the conversion as well. And they take the lead 7 points to 0. It's very important for Motu Vidyalaya to try and dominate this. Take a look at this. Chip and chase.
Good presence of mind by the player as well. Kept his eye on the ball. Cleanly collected and went on to score under the post.
He committed himself the moment he started chasing, and that's why he ended up with a try under his name. Here's the man who scored the try. Brilliant effort. Absolutely brilliant effort. And that is definitely going to be one of the moments of the day if something better doesn't come up. And here's Sumangala College trying to attack from their own 22. Unforced error yet again. Wasn't the ideal pass, but definitely could have collected it.
Sri Sumangala College looking like they're on the back foot after a good opening game against Piyaratana College. Motu Vidyalaya has to hold on to this lead. If they want to go into the cup semi-finals, they have to hold on to this lead, and they go, cuts back inside, goes forward. He needs support. Referee penalizes Sumangala College as Motu Vidyalaya takes a quick tap and goes on to score the second try of the game. Good presence of mind, Sudarshana, to take the quick tap. The defenders were not ready, so they are rewarded with another try.
Brilliant stuff by Murtu Vidyalaya. 2 tries in quick succession, and really they've pushed Sumangala back to onto the back foot, and brilliant ideal start for Murtu Vidyalaya. They need to make sure that they hold on to this momentum. They need to finish the half strong, because remember in the first game against Kannagara, here's another look at it. Beg your pardon, first game against Pieratana. Sumangala College went into the half-time with a 5-0 lead. So here, Murtu Mahavidyalaya, 14 points to nil, both tries converted, and they look like they are very eager to run. They're eager to run the ball.
Very true, Sudarshana. But this is a game of sevens. Anything can happen during the 14 minutes. As Sumangala tries to run from the 22-meter. Beautiful fend off, but loses possession yet again.
Well, the Butterfingers has really hurt the boys from Sumangala. Boys from Panadura. Set of Moratuites and set of boys from Panadura going against each other. Just a couple of bus stops and a bridge separating the two teams.
I think Sumangala has not found their rhythm that they had from the first game. But Murtu Mahavidyalaya yet again, not a good collection, so position turned over.
Swinging arm, that's going to be a yellow card any time of the day, any day of the week. And number 4 will have to spend a few minutes in the naughty chair. Hopefully he doesn't go into the naughty list of Santa because of his time at the naughty chair. And here's Sumangala with a one-man advantage, sends it out to the big man. Does he have the legs? Good defensive effort, brilliant turnover as well. Oh, what happened there? What exactly happened there? A little bit of a brain fried because of the heat. But Sumangala picks on a poacher's try as they touch down for the first time this game. 14 points to 5, but now the momentum is slowly but surely shifting towards Sumangala.
Sumangala took the advantage of the extra man that they had and poached a try and misses the conversion, so the scores will stand at 14 points to 5 at half time.
Well, there are this is the season of joy and giving, and there are plenty of opportunities for you to win big while you watch Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. You can spot Santa and his sleigh dashing through the screen, and if you do see that, make sure that you make note of the time and go comment it on TP Rugby page, the Papare Rugby page, and you can be one of the 10 winners to walk away with 10 GB worth of data. And also make sure to visit www.thepapare.com and vote for the most popular team of the day, and the most popular team of the day will receive a voucher worth of 50,000 to buy sporting goods. That's going to be very important for the team. I think they'll be absolutely delighted. And for all of you joining us from all around Sri Lanka and all around the world, a very warm welcome to Royal Complex. We are delighted that we are bringing schools rugby back to you, as I'm sure you must be delighted to be witnessing schools rugby, despite not in person. We at thepapare.com and Dialog are hoping that we will be able to give you the best possible experience bringing this game to you virtually.
It's a good step forward for rugby in general for Sri Lanka, and Dialog taking the initiative to start off with the schools rugby sevens.
This Dialog was instrumental in getting rugby sevens restarted in Asia as well, coming forward to sponsor the Asian 7 series that was in Dubai last month. Here they are powering schools rugby, and that is a terrible restart from Sri Sumangala College, because remember they were slowly but surely getting the momentum. They have a numerical advantage. They need to try and capitalize on whatever they have. They went into half-time having scored, and they need to make sure that they try and get everything right at this juncture. They need to make sure that they are the team to score next in order to try and get some leverage in this game.
I think they're having some tired legs because they had a game earlier this morning as well. So this is the second game that they're playing. But Sumangala now with position. Clean scrum. Ball goes out. There's numbers outside. Dash into. Good fend off and an offload. Good draw and pass. Does he have the legs to go? Unselfish pass back. He needs support. Sumangala still with position. Good recycle ball. Just inches away from the try line. Pick and go. The referee needs to have a word with the assistant referee to see whether the big man scored the try.
Well held up. And Sumangala is still with an opportunity to try and touch down. But very interestingly, absolutely brilliant passage of play, Sunath, because the continuity and the support play was brilliant from Sumangala. Inches away from the try line and unguarded, wide area of the field, right underneath the post. Not ideal for Mount Mahavidyalaya to start out the second half, conceding a try, that too right underneath the post. Sumangala, on the other hand, would be quite happy at how the fortunes have changed in the past couple of minutes. Conversion yet again successful. Most popular team will be selected at the end of the day. Like we mentioned, vote now for your favorite team. www.dlg.lk/most-popular, and you will be able to help your team win a voucher worth of 50,000 rupees of sporting goods. Yet again the restart, a short restart, not 10 meters says the referee. So Montu, yet again the second consecutive restart Sumangala College has botched. Will that come to bite them in the back in the latter stages of the game? We will have to wait and see.
Restarts of a sevens game is very crucial, Sudarshan. But this is the second time of the game that Sri Sumangala College has not managed to get that right. But they still get position. Players trying to slow things down as Sumangala feeds in the ball.
The referee not happy with the formation of that scrum. Has ordered it to be reset. Motu Mahavidyalaya restored to their original number. Would be quite relieved at the fact that they haven't conceded the lead that they have. They are still leading by 2 points. Here's Sumangala College. Looking for options. Now, options on the outside. Draw and pass is the name of the game, but show and go. He does. Will he have the legs? Running away from the defender is the number 10 from Sumangala College. Touches down right underneath the post. End-to-end stuff from Sumangala from their own 22. Touches down right underneath the post, and they take the lead for the first time in this game.
That's a brilliant passage of play, Sudarshan. Individual brilliance. He took the ball, ran sideways, beating two defenders, and then he had the legs to go all the way and score the try. Can he convert his try to extend the lead to 19 points? But the referee says he's taking too much time, so they lose those 2 points. Will that make the difference at the end?
Well, interesting to see whether it will actually make the difference, but got to cut him some slack. Take a look at this. Show and go. Had one man on the outside. Had support if he needed, but decides to go himself. Backs himself up. Beautiful stuff. Just beautiful stuff. Touching down right underneath the post. Unfortunately, couldn't convert his own try. And seems like he's burnt out and finished gas in his tanks. And he's itching for his coach to try and send a replacement. Spoke to this about SW as well. It's very important, James, that the coaches try to look and manage these players. They are playing competitive rugby after over 600 days. They will be playing 4 games today. Yet again, third consecutive time, they are botching their restart. Sumangala can consider themselves really, really lucky that they are still in the lead, despite botching 3 consecutive restarts. But here's a kick and chase. Nervy moments for the Sumangala defense. Throws the ball away inside the 22 meters. A risky affair, but luckily for them, they managed to hold on to it.
The ball pops out of the ruck and goes into touch. So, good opportunity for Murtu Vidyalaya to take back the lead. They're just 15 meters away from the try line.
6 minutes on our clock. That's going to be very interesting, because we are in the dying stages of the game. Must-score try for Murtu Mahavidyalaya. Sri Sumangala will be defending for their life here. This line out is going to be absolutely important for the context of the game, how it will pan out to be.
Sumangala, interestingly, having only 2 players in the line out, adding more men to defend.
Ball goes to the flyer. Beautiful stuff from Murtu Mahavidyalaya, and that may have won it for them. Absolutely terrific stuff. Very well drilled execution there, Sunat. I think they had practiced it over and over again. You could see from the delight of the entire team who gathered around that try.
I think Sumangala College was not expecting that. And the fly-off of Murtu Mahavidyalaya made no mistake.
Very happy to take his own sweet time to try and convert this. He knows time is running out. They are currently at the lead. Like you said, Sunat, if it doesn't go through, it's that 2 points that would have been botched. Well, there you go. That's the end of the game. Murtu Mahavidyalaya snatching it at the last minute and going the distance. 19 points to 17.
The players are delighted. Second half, Sri Sumangala College made a comeback. They scored two consecutive tries.
This was the pick of the tries from this game. From the 22 meters, backed himself up, went all the way, just couldn't convert because he was winded. He had run a long way to score right underneath the post. But then came this beautifully executed off the line out, off a set play, right on the try line. That's the end of the game between Murtu Vidyalaya and Sri Sumangala College. 2 more games remaining in the first round at full time. Murtu Mahavidyalaya wins the game 19 points to 17. 2 more games remaining in the first round, and the next game is scheduled at 11:40. We will go for a quick commercial break and we will come back with live action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමින්
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
ඇට්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
ඇට්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown, Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමින්
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7's live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමු.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල Kurunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිழக்கு மாகாணம் සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, thepapare.com. We are coming to you live from Royal College Sports Complex with Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. This is second half of the day. The match coming up next is Mahanama College versus Carey College. We've had some exciting rugby earlier this morning, and we're expecting the same in the second half as well. Joining me in commentary is Hisham. Hisham, what do you think about rugby coming back to Sri Lanka?
Well, it's a great initiative all around. I mean, we saw the club sevens happening a month back, and now for the school boys who missed out on the action, it's the first steps have been laid out, and hopefully we can have a fully fledged season from next year onwards, and this would help that cause as well.
Good stepping stones for these kids to have some competitive rugby again.
And this is going to be an interesting game because both teams won their first match, and Mahanama have a few dangerous runners on the wing, and Carey have a few individual players to look out for as well. Their scrum half, who will be wearing the number 4 jersey, scored some brilliant tries in the first game. Opsu decides to use the boot to good effect as well, and it'll be interesting to see how these teams go about each other's work here. So here we are, the kickoff. Mahanama kicking from left to right, and the kickoff collected early on. In fact, no, it's a knock forward, so it'll be possession for Carey College.
Very interesting to see what Carey College would do. As you said, Hisham, the scrum half is a very crucial player for the team. I beg your pardon, he's playing as flyer of this game, number 4.
So tactical change there done by the coaching staff of Mahanama. Interested to see how it plays out. And an interesting aspect of the game would be the scrums and the lineouts, which Carey were not the best during the first game. And as you can see, early pressure, but they still managed to retain possession. And there you go, puts the boot in, decides to go for territory. And an unfortunate knock forward there from Mahanama, so territory regained for Carey.
Good presence of mind. He kicked it to the space, and Mahanama couldn't collect it cleanly. So advantage Carey. And it's an interesting position to have a scrum as well. You can use both sides of the field.
So Carey hopefully can get some good clean ball off the scrum, and the scrum half decides to go on the blind side. Evades the first defender, and this will be the first try of the game. Brilliant stuff by Carey. All eyes were on the fly half, but the scrum half takes matters into his own hands and scores the first try.
What a beautiful piece of work there by the scrum half. He just looked up. There you go. He just looked up, saw no one there, and beats the defender to go on and score the try. So 5 points up, Carey, with the conversion to come. So the scores will remain 5 points to nil in favor of Carey College. It's a bit. There's a bit of a pause in the game They're looking for the match ball.
I think that's something the organizers or teams will have to look into. And if you're the segment A team looking to play, it might come in handy if you're aware of that, because I think quite a few stoppages because of that. No one there to give a replacement ball once the conversion is made.
So long restart. Mahanama tries to push through. Good long pass, but to no one, as the number 13 of Mahanama College steps outside, beats two defenders. He has support on the inside, as Mahanama taken down right before the 50-meter mark, still with possession. The fly half trying to run by himself, goes into the gap, steps outside. He thought about passing, but decided to go himself, and he's through. Individual brilliance by the number 10 of Mahanama College, scores under the post and giving an opportunity for them to go ahead in this game.
We just cut the Kerry defense into ribbons there. The Mahanama fly half ran laterally, but then again switched direction, and a few missed tackles. Mahanama right back in the game, and an opportunity to go in the lead as well with the conversion to come.
You can see how rusty the players are, Hisham, because they're playing after almost 2 years as the conversion is through. So 7 points to 5, Mahanama College leading by 2 points.
There you go, the replay, weaving his way through, and just some poor tackling from Kerry's part to help him on his way as well. And like you mentioned, I think one aspect the team management would have to look into is using all their players to sustain everyone. It's a long day of rugby.
Kerry yet again going for territory, but losing out on that time. Mahanama with precision. Fly half decides to cut back inside, to go on the short side. Pops the ball out, but Mahanama ran out of room there. This game has been a bit slower than the earlier games, Hisham. I think players are a bit tired now, and it's a lot humid outside.
Yeah, I mean, they've already played their first game. It's their second game, and they're coming back into the sport after quite a bit of a layoff. But you'd have to say Mahanama and Kerry have shown, I think, better quality of rugby than the rest of the teams, with all due respect to them as well. Line out, Kerry. The line was good, but the pass was bad. Still, they retain possession. They just need to secure possession. Finds the offload, steps in. Mahanama need to get their defense organized. Not releasing, so it will be a penalty for Kerry. And the fly half will surely go into touch, utilizing his big boot. And he does. Good kick against territory. Gets his team onto the other side of the field.
I think Kerry has improved the line out and scrummaging game in this fixture, because earlier, as you said, they've been struggling in their line outs. Seven minutes up on our clock, so I think the last passage of play, very clean line out. And number 4 again, yet again going for territory. Mahanama player took his own little time, steps outside and gives a pass, but if he calls it forward.
Well, involuntarily, I think Kerry have once again got advantage there.
The luck is turning out to be on Kerry College's side.
The Mahanama player initially did well, stepped his way through, but then didn't follow it up with a good pass. And now, with the half-time bell being rung, now finds his team under pressure. Carey would expect a good clean ball, but good pressure in the scrum. A secure possession. Was that knocked forward? No, in fact, it's a penalty in favor of Carey, taken at the wrong place, so they'll have to come back.
Good opportunity for Carey to go into the lead, go into the half time with a lead. As he decides to go for 3 points. There you go. So the penalty is through. So it's 8 points to 7. Sensible move by the fly half to go for points and end the half. So the highlights from the first half of this game between Mahanama College and Carey College. This was the first try scored by Carey College. Scrum half and then individual brilliance from the Mahanama number 10. And then right before the half time, Carey College decided to go for the boot. So there you go, the score confirmation, 8 points to 7. Carey College leading the first half of this game.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
So welcome back, second half of the game between Carey and Mahanama. Carey just in the lead by a point, 8 points to 7, courtesy of a penalty in the last moment of the first half. And straight away, Carey in the attacking, on the attack. They have the first line out of the game as well. And of course, not straight, says the referee. So Mahanama will have the option of a scrum or a line out.
Carey College giving away initial advantage as Mahanama is gifted with a scrum. So it's the season of giving, and you can win 10 GB data. If you see the Santa Claus in his sleigh on your screen, all you have to do is comment the time, correct time on the Papare.com rugby Facebook page, and you can win 10 GB data. We'll be selecting 10 winners for the day. So whenever you spot, you have to quickly go to the Papare rugby page and comment the time.
Well, there you go. Rugby's back, and of course, it's a chance for the fans to get involved as well. So don't miss out on this opportunity. So Carey with the first scrum of the second half. Early pressure from Mahanama. Ball still with Carey. The fly half comes in to the fly half, scrum half's position. All bit of play being broken down at the moment, but Carey still with possession. Tries to go through the defense. Just managed to be held up. The tackle, he needs to let his man go now. It seems that the fly half is back into the scrum half's position, the number 4 for Carey. That's card enough. Had a man on the outside as well.
There's an easy opportunity given away. You can see their hands on their hips. The players are tired and giving away easy opportunities. And the assistant referee and the referee is having a chat. Probably the assistant referee has seen an infringement. So penalty given away for a high tackle. Just a warning this time. As Carey College moves forward, good offload, but they're put under pressure by the Mahanama defense. The ball pops up. He had an extra man on the outside, but decided to keep the ball by himself and gets penalized. Carey College not capitalizing on the opportunities given to them.
Mahanama just need to retain possession and use their men on the corners who have a bit of pace in them. The ball is loose. Carey with possession once again. Decides to cut back in. Throws a no-look pass and gives away possession back to Mahanama. And Carey defense all over the place. Not the best of passing in this game, but yet again, possession has been given back to the opposition. Guess it's because of the season, Christmas season.
There you go, a bit of scrappy play by both teams. You can see the players tired, walking back slowly. Interestingly, Hisham, in this game, players are deciding to go for the run rather than passing the ball, keeping the ball alive. Interesting tactics by both teams.
Well, I think that's why you see all these players tired so quickly as well. I mean, yes, they have played a game early on, but I think the unstructuredness of their play is taking a toll on themselves. Once again, the scrum, and the scrum half is breaking through. Does he have the legs to go all the way? No, but this time he's been dragged into touch. But yet again, Mahanama defense caught napping during scrum time and almost paid the price again.
Luckily, the try scorer for Mahanama was there for the rescue.
One thing Carey has done so far is pin Mahanama inside their own half. So
they've been putting pressure onto Mahanama College all throughout this second half. A short line out by Mahanama, but the referee says it's not straight. So for another opportunity for Carey College, and a quick tap is taken. The ball pops out of the ruck. The player has had support on the outside, but decided to go by himself. Yet again, trying to go through by himself and fumbles the ball. Carey College not capitalizing on the opportunities that they've been given all throughout this second half. Will that cost them during this game, because just 1 minute to go in our clock?
Well, I think both teams have been guilty of that aspect, because Carey, if you're not going to run, you need to keep possession. And there you go, a set play move. Tries to shimmy, goes around the defender, and this would be the try that probably wins the game for Mahanama. Lovely bit of stepping there.
There you go. Like I said, Carey giving away position right inside the Mahanama's half, and Mahanama took the opportunity And brilliant run by the player. So Mahanama back in the lead. 12 points to 8 with the conversion to come.
I think there will be just enough time for one more passage of play. The conversion goes astray. So Mahanama lead by 4 points. So a try can win the game for Kerry. And Mahanama will need to make sure they get this restart correct, right in the zone.
There you go. That's the brilliant step. Kerry College last defender tried to ankle tap him, but this player was too fast. A short restart by Mahanama, but Kerry College manages to keep position with them. Final passage of play.
Referee playing advantage, so it'll be a penalty advantage for Kerry. Interesting to see what they would do here. They are scrum half. Number 4 takes possession. Puts the boot in. Does he have the chasers? Bounce looks good. Needs to put pressure. Mahanama looking casual.
Very bold decision.
And there you go. Scrum, 5-meter scrum for Kerry. He did take the ball into the goal line. So Kerry with the opportunity to seal this game. Mahanama players look tired, but they need to hold on.
This is the most important game for them. If they win, they go into the cup semi-finals. So they have to hold on to this lead. As Kerry feeds in, tries to go on the outside. Referee penalizes, saying they were offside. Quick tap and a try, and the try stands. So Kerry College back in the lead by just 1 point with the conversion to come. The time up on our clock.
Well, interestingly, the Kerry player wanted to take the conversion quickly. And there you go. Game, set and match right at the death.
They've been brilliant in the earlier game as well, and they've shown that in this game also, holding on until the end. You can see how much it means to these players. Both teams going out of the field while the next game is coming up as well.
So there you go. Mahanama, the would-be match-winning try, going in vain due to some poor play on the restart. And here you go, the number 4 of Kerry College, who has been brilliant throughout this tournament so far, scoring the match-winning try and getting his team through to the cup semi-finals. So the final group game would be between Ratna Mahavidyalaya and Moratu Vidyalaya.
Sri Piyaratna and Moratu Vidyalaya, the final game of the group, with a good restart, collects cleanly and takes the ball into contact. Penalty given in favor of Moratu Vidyalaya. Not releasing the tackler is the call from the referee. Here's Moratu Vidyalaya takes the quick tap goes into contact, takes 2 men to bring him down. And another penalty conceded by Piyaratna College, and Moratu Vidyalaya with their second consecutive penalty, and decides to go by themselves again. Held up, finally brought down, but the ball has been turned over. Advantage in favor of Sri Piyaratna. That should be a forward pass and is called, so they'll come back for the initial penalty. So Piyaratna College with a penalty takes the ball quickly and goes for a wild pass, and here's Moratu Vidyalaya, the speedsters. Scrappy play gives the ball away to Moratu Vidyalaya, and then again another fault error.
But both teams seems to be committing a lot of players for the breakdown, which leaves them no option. Once you receive the recycled ball, the other player has no option but to go into contact, and probably due to the scrappy nature of the game, they lose possession.
And too many penalties conceded as well in the opening exchanges. And Moratu Vidyalaya with the feed to the scrum. It will be interesting to see what they'll be. Scrappy play from Moratu Vidyalaya, an opportunity for them to capitalize, but the knock-on forces an opportunity to Piyaratna College.
In fact, the scrum would be for Moratu Vidyalaya. And Piyaratna, in contrast to their opponents, do have a few big players. They just need to either take the ball into a contact phase and then spread it wide. But at the moment, both teams not interested to retain possession.
Goes from the blind side, does the Piyaratna.
A good run by the Moratu Mahavidyalaya player, but then again a scrappy pass gives away possession. Piyaratna now with the chance to go in. The punt doesn't work his way through. I think that was a knock forward as well. Yes, so Moratu Vidyalaya yet again just inside the opposition 22 get a scrum and a better opportunity to get some points on board.
So another scrum in favor of Piyaratna. An opportunity for them inside the 22 meters of the Moratu Vidyalaya. Doesn't manage to get the ball out. Advantage in favor of Piyaratna.
Well,
takes
that
it.
Just sums up the entire game right now. Totally scrappy game by both teams. They just need to get their basics right, focus on the basics, the rest will follow. There'll be a scrum now, back for Piyaratna.
Too many mistakes happening in the first half. Need composure. And there's plenty of pace out wide. And here's Moratu Vidyalaya doesn't manage to get it out. The ball advantage being played in favor of Moratu Vidyalaya. Tries to go by himself. And very scrappy play from both teams. And finally a knock-on enforced in favor of Moratu Vidyalaya. Still no scores on the board, 5 minutes on the clock, and very scrappy play from both teams. So many mistakes And there again, the ball has been turned over, but that would be a little high. Wouldn't be surprised if the referee calls for a yellow card. And Morutu Vidyalaya loses a player to the bin. Piyaratana takes it quickly and pumps it, and a lovely offload to the scrum half centre rather, and scores under the post. The first score for Piyaratana right under the posts, and the conversion to come.
Well, the yellow card took its toll there on Piyaratana, and finally they managed to put up a few faces together, or rather passes together, and then register the first points on the game, and the conversion is good as well, so 7 points to nil. Just under a minute to go on the first half.
And here's the replay. There's a lovely pass right under the post. Had no defender to beat.
Well, that was all about the player who came in support. So referee not happy with the restart, wants it to be taken again. This time a long kick. Finds the Piyaratana player, steps his way out of trouble, and then finds space. The Morutu player coming in defend. That's a brilliant tackle. That's a brilliant tackle. One on one, came all across the field.
I thought it was a little too high, and the referees are in discussion, but it's half time. Correctly called there, Hisham. Yes,
here we go.
The replay.
Read the tackle, looked at the man. There you go, just above the shoulders. So that's a perfect tackle. Drag this man out of play. So it's half time, and it's a single try that has been scored, and that has been by Morutu Mahavidyalaya, who lead this game 7 points to nil. And this is a try. Beats a few defenders, needed to make that pass, did make that pass. It was all about that player who came in support, close by, and touches down under the post. So we'll be back after a short commercial break.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමින්
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
Restart by Morutu. Piyaratana rather collected cleanly and puts the ball to boot. Needs a good chase and a lovely offload as well. Call forward though correctly as well. So it will be a scrum in favor of Piyaratana.
Well, Morutu Mahavidyalaya seems to be depending a lot from the number 3 and number 5, and those two are calling the shots. It's just that the rest of the team have not been able to extend some support towards the play they try to create. Piyaratana, on the other hand, they just need to make sure they retain possession for a few phases, use their big men to drive up the field, and then send it out wide. That will create gaps automatically.
Yes, the winger is pretty good for Morutu Vidyalaya as well. Finally manages to send it out. The pass very loose, and yet again scrappy play from Morutu Vidyalaya.
But surprisingly, the Motor Mahavidyalaya centre was not positioned correctly, so that pass had to be thrown backwards. And then to make matters worse, the wing 3 dropped it out cold. So Piratna once again, just as the first half, been awarded countless opportunities to strike back. It's just a matter of time if or would they actually take them. Here we go, another scrum. Scrappy play all around. Read well by the Motor Mahavidyalaya player.
He was held.
Tackle, so he couldn't play that. He couldn't play it again.
Yes. Taken by the scrum half, gives it out to the big man, finally sends it out, and numbers on the outside. A good pass back, but there's defenders arriving for Morati Vidyalaya. Knock on enforced, and finally the penalty given against Morati Vidyalaya, correctly so as well. You have these Piratana players, the centre, they are pretty good, but exploiting gaps is what they have not done. Some scrappy passes as well, cuts back in, takes, beats 2 men, still on his feet, finally brought down. Yet again, another penalty in favour of Morati Vidyalaya, taken quickly. Not 10 meters. Advantage yet again. Numbers on the outside for Morati Vidyalaya. If they do manage to exploit this, cuts back in, and
well, there's no advantage. The referee will go back to the initial infringement for not releasing the player. So the number 5 takes possession, takes it quickly, puts the boot in, should have the gas, but it seems like he's running on empty. The bounce, fumble by the player, and then he retains possession back, but he doesn't have any support. Manages a brilliant offload. So Morati Mahavidyalaya with possession, and they score.
Brilliant kick and chase from the Morati Mahavidyalaya.
Well, credit to the number 5 of Morati Mahavidyalaya, who never gave up despite running on empty. Then when he was presented the opportunity, flung out a brilliant offload off the deck. And then Morati Mahavidyalaya capitalizing on
pressure applied at the correct moment, kicked and chased, and right under the post goes Morati Mahavidyalaya, 12 points to 0, and with the conversion to come.
Be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that offload. It was by the number 5, flat kick, but no direction. So it's 12 points to 0.
So many
So
opportunities.
here we go. He's on the deck.
Opportunities presenting itself for Morati Mahavidyalaya. 12 points to 0.
So
Less than 4
we're
minutes.
into the 5th minute now. So given how
remaining.
the game has been going so far, it seems like Morati Mahavidyalaya will pull through. But in the game of sevens, you never know. It's all about Morati Mahavidyalaya making this restart, not making any mistakes. And they don't necessarily have to aim for a high kick to retain possession. A deep kick, putting Piratna on the back foot would do.
Deep kick from Morati Mahavidyalaya, and numbers on the outside, but the players haven't really got back to support the ball carrier.
Well, there you go.
A knock
So
on.
Piratna knock it forward and give possession right away.
Good pressure from Morati Vidyalaya as a substitution is being made. Looks like the number 8 going out, and a forward being replaced, and the feed in favor of Morati Mahavidyalaya right inside the 22 meters. A good opportunity for them to capitalize on their lead. A long pass, and here's space, and right through the middle goes the center. Beautifully done through that gap, and extends the lead by another try. 17 points to 12. with the conversion to come.
That's probably the game signed, sealed, delivered, and fresh legs on the park. Sneaked his way through the defense. And Motu Mahavidyalaya making more changes as well, and that's sensible.
The
game
speed
in
of
the bag, might as well have these players in a much better condition. As
the speed of the center doing it, and a brilliant conversion from just out. And 19 points to nil. Motu Mahavidyalaya. Here's the replay. Not a very good pass, but exploits through that gap and goes all the way. Third try by Motu Mahavidyalaya. And looks like that's the game. 19 points to nil. Motu Mahavidyalaya winning against Piyaratana in the final group match of Group B rather.
Well, that's a good win. Started off pretty scrappy, but then again Motu Mahavidyalaya grew into the game, and they're number 5 and number 3. Here we go. This is the first try of the second half, which really consolidated their position. Great work by the number 5 initially, and then this is the try soon afterwards. Fresh legs on the park. Decides to go on his own, found the space, runs to the defense, and that really sealed the fate of Piyaratana in this game. So the final score in the final group game would be 19 points to nil in favor of Motu Mahavidyalaya, and we'll be heading for a short commercial break. See you on the other side.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමින්
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිழக்கு மாகாணம் Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7's live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Trunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහන සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිழக்கு மாகாணம் සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7 live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7 is live on Dialog Television, Dialog web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමු.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at මොරටුව
ඊයගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby 7 is live on Dialog Television, Dialog web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and thepapare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள்
So a lot to play for in all these games for both the teams. We'll start off with the bowl semi-final. First semi-final will be between Mahanama College and Sumangala College. St. John's received a walkover in the second bowl semi-final, so they will feature in the final. And while you watch this telecast, you have a chance of winning 10 GB data by commenting the time Santa Claus is visible on the screens. The game up, Mahanama versus Sri Sumangala. The winners of this will proceed to the bowl final. So a lot at stake here. Mahanama College would have been slightly disappointed that they didn't go up to the cup segment, but they will want to make the most of it from here on. Sumangala, on the other hand, has had a decent tournament. Will want to finish strong. Sumangala in green and Mahanama in white. It's going to be very interesting to see how the boys have managed to recover. Mahanama started off the tournament against Kannagar in the first game of the tournament with a resounding victory, and here we go. Mahanama kicking off, and Sumangala making the error of letting the ball bounce, but unfortunately for Mahanama College, they couldn't pick it up cleanly, and Sumangala College would be very much relieved at the fact that that was lost forward.
If that had been collected, that would have been an easy try for Mahanama. But unfortunately, the player couldn't hold on to the ball. So a sigh of relief for Sumangala College as they feed into the scrum.
1:20 in the afternoon, and good afternoon to all of you who are joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens ushering back Schools Rugby to the island. Schools Rugby is back, and it's impressive. These young boys have put in some terrific performances throughout the day, despite last having played contact rugby almost 600 days ago. Mahanama looked like a well-drilled outfit in the first game, but have stumbled up along the way. Looking to finish strong, sending it out, cutting back inside was the center, but loses the ball forward. Referee doesn't see the point of playing advantage to Sumangala, maybe because they are dodged back in their own 22.
Bit of sloppy play by Mahanama early on in the game. This should cost them the victory if it continues, as Sumangala feeds into the scrum right again. Scrum off under pressure, not a clean pass. The flyer has to run back and collect the ball and puts a thumping kick into space. They're trying to run around the players, almost hitting the referee. Gives it out, the space out wide. Big man, number 15, goes into contact. Lovely offload, cutting back inside. He has support on the outside, gives it out and spills the ball in contact.
Well, quite interesting though. Continuity is something that Sevens always advocates, and a couple of times we've seen the infringement being blown straight away without advantage for the victimized side. Here's Sumangala trying to go on the short side, has space, one-on-one. Will he have the legs? He has support. Need to make sure that he keeps himself inside. But the assistant referee says they've gone into touch. Both teams trying to find their footing. Line out throw into Mahanama, attacking line out for them. Just short of the 10-meter mark.
Something that we've noticed, Sudarshan, is these teams, they prefer to go into contact rather than keeping the ball alive. As Sumangala has won the line out.
Good steal by Sumangala, need to spin the ball out.
Good rushing defense by Mahanama, pushing Sumangala back, but still
Setting
with position.
up. Yes, 3 men in that breakdown. That's a high tackle. Somebody's going to be in trouble. High shot, says the referee. Was it accidental? Not 10 meters. Again decides to go on the short side. Now they have space. Will he have the speed? No. Has been bundled into touch. So Sumangala finding it a little difficult to find that continuity of play. Mahanam, on the other hand, have been the physical outfit. They've rushed in defense. They've closed out all the options Sumangala has. And like you said, Sunit, yes, they tend to go into contact. Got to remember these boys are coming back into playing contact rugby after so long. The testosterone in the system will be urging you to go and make that hit. But you got to make sure that you keep to your basics, send the ball out wide, have your formation, and then just look for the gaps to accelerate. As Mahanama does now, should have given it out and supported the man on the outside, but they recycle the halfback, trying to snipe around the breakdown. Good defense by Sumangala, but have been called out for being offside. Referee playing advantage. No way out from around. Big man trying to go around. Good defense. Play on, says the referee. Golden rule of rugby. Play to the whistle. You may think the play stopped, but you got to play to the whistle. And that's a poacher's try for Mahanama. They draw first blood. It's been like a pendulum swinging this way, that way, but then Mahanama managing to steal one there.
Sumangala College caught napping there. I think both teams are exhausted after that passage of play. You can see the players getting back very slowly.
We might have time for maybe one more play. It's not easy playing in this hot sun, even inside the media box. We're finding it quite difficult because of the humidity. So being in the middle is no joke.
And also it's going to be interesting to see how Mahanama would go about in the second half, because they've been very physical, they've been rushing in defense. So it's interesting to see whether they could keep up that momentum in the second half as well with this heat.
It will come down to the condition of these boys.
As Sumangala tries to run around the defenders.
The fly-off scored a brilliant try from their own 22, running across, straightening, and then finding that gap This time around, guilty of holding on to the ball. Quick tap taken by Mahanama College, and to the line goes the big man, but coughs up the ball cheaply. Now against the run-up play, there was a real chance for Sumangala, but that is the end of the first half, as Mahanama College has taken the lead with their solitary try. Here's what happened. Everybody stopped playing except the guy with the ball, who decided, I'm going all the way.
So at half time, it's 7 points to nil. Mahanama College in the lead.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
Back with the second half action of the first bowl semi-final. Mahanama College taking the lead at the death of the first half. It's going to be very, very interesting because these two teams have very different dynamics. Mahanama, well, slightly bigger built, heavier players, so they might find it a little more difficult in the second half, but doesn't look like it running around. Referee playing advantage.
They have numbers on the outside now. They just have to draw and pass. But Mahanama player decides to go by himself. This time they're sending it out wide. Standing passes all the way to the win 3. Number 15 cuts back inside, still going forward, good fend and an offload. The space out wide, but he decides to cut back. Mahanama still with position, gives it out. Fly up number 13, cuts back inside, beats 2 defenders and goes all the way to score under the post. Very well worked try.
They worked really hard for that, the entire team. So kudos to the lads from Mahanama. Sending the ball left to right. And converts for good measure as well. 14 points to nil. Mahanama in the lead. Starts the second half the same way they finished the first. Right underneath the post, had the audacity to hold on to it until a defender came by. You need to make use of those extra couple of seconds that you can afford to try and rest, because up next will be the all-important final. But what can Sri Sumangal College do here?
Sumangal College players are looking like they're gassed out during this game, and also in the previous game as well, because in the very first game they had a easy win against the Peratana team, and then it went all downhill. As the restart, Mahanama collects it.
Yet again, I think it was Sumangala who were guilty of letting the ball bounce. You need to come to the ball, try and get hold of possession. And in this game of sevens, if you don't have possession, you're not going to be able to win the games. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to win the games by defensive aspect alone. Mahanama are very unlucky there, very unlucky. The forward pass says the referee. Mahanama, although they've managed to hold on to position, they haven't been able to punch those holes through the defenses. So especially even with Sri Sumangala, they haven't been the best defensive outfit or most organized. Mahanama still have had problems in punching those holes because the players they do tend to offload as well. They're good with the offloads. So it's just somebody from the middle doing that hard yard, straightening things up and creating that extra space on the outside.
I think they have to make sure those 50 passes are not going to work for them. Then they should make sure that you're sure of it when you go for the 50-50 pass, as they counter scrum and gets the position back to themselves. The big man going into contact, slowing things down. Mahanama still with precision. A chip and chase. Can he win that race? Yes, he does. Beautiful try. Good presence of mind. He kicks into space, collects it and scores the try. So extending the lead to 19 points.
Kicking with intent, isn't it? That's what's important. Kicking is not encouraged in the game of sevens, but if you're kicking, you need to kick with intent. He made that decision and backed it up and followed his own kick to try and touch down. And he had support as well. That intent carried him through and got him the desired result. So Mahanama seems to be running away with this. Srisumangala, of course, yet to score, yet to hold on to position really. Haven't had the ball for more than a couple of phases.
Good high hanging kick. Yet again Mahanama wins position. There was no one there. He just punched through and gives it out unselfishly for number 13 to score the try.
Now slowly but surely Mahanama is starting to toy with Sumangala. You saw the pass, you drew, had a little bit of a wink, then decided I'll give it out. 24 points to nil with a minute to go. And it's the season of giving here at Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. You can spot our favorite North Polar dashing through the screens. If you did see the North Polar dashing through the screens, all you got to do is go comment on the Papare Rugby page with the time that you saw Santa, and you could be in with a chance to win 10 GB at the end of the day. And also, most popular schools rugby team vote is currently ongoing. You can make your favorite team the most popular schools rugby team. All you got to do is go vote for your favorite team, and the winning team with the most number of votes will receive sporting goods voucher worth 50,000 rupees. And here's another chance, and here's another try for Mahanama. Now they're decimating Sumangala. 31 points with the conversion to come. And it's fair to say it's a massacre here at Royal Complex. Mahanama College really putting their foot to the pedal.
Back-to-back tries for the big number 13 of Mahanama College. And that's it, says the referee. So one-way traffic. Mahanama College winning it by 31 points to nil. And moving on to the bowl finals. So the bowl finals will be Mahanama College versus St. John's College, who has got a walkover in the second bowl semi-finals. So they're directly through to the bowl finals. As you can see, the highlights of this game, where Mahanama just bulldozed through Sri Sumangala. So the final score, 31 points to nil. Mahanama winning and going through to the bowl finals. We'll be back after a short commercial break.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇට්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිழக்கு மாகாணம் සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Schools Rugby is back. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens live on Dialog Television, Dialog Web and the Papare.com.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහල සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයේ.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
Welcome back. So it's Cup semi-final number 1, and the first semi-final will be between Kerry College and Morutu Mahavidyalaya. Two of the teams who have come up with some good performances to reach this stage of the tournament. And along with me, I have Abdullah Yusuf. After a very long time, Abdullah, welcome back.
Thanks, Hisham. Yes, it's great to be back with the Papare crew here, giving you live coverage from the Royal College Sports Complex as we reach the business end of this Dialog Inter-School Sevens tournament. I think a lot of credit should go to all the organizers, the Schools Association, and the sponsors as well for coming forward to kickstart the schools rugby season again. It's been well over 20 months, and I think it's a great opportunity. You can just sense the enthusiasm of these boys just wanting to get out there and express themselves. And I'm sure as go along with this semi-final and the segment A to come tomorrow, it'll hopefully be the start of a lot more rugby as we enter the year 2022.
So some interesting matchups. Of course, Morutu Mahavidyalaya, their number 5 and their number 3, 2 players to watch out for. Unfortunately, we do not have the team cards available with us, as well as the number 9 for Kerry, who has come up with some individual brilliance on both the games played so far. Has a good boot on him as well. There you go, straight into contact, isolated. Kerry secure possession, however. They send it out wide. Loose ball once again, but still with possession. Momentum with them, moving forward, just out of their 22. They come back inside. The number 12 goes into contact directly. But Kerry, for once, they are retaining possession. They've got a man on the outside, needs to send it out wide. Goes around the defender.
Yes, the recycled ball. Kerry so far doing very well to retain possession. Physically, the bigger team as well. Decide to kick ahead. Not the best option in sevens rugby, but it's a good chase. And a double knock on there. So I think Kerry would have done well to retain possession and just keep it in with them. Try and spread it wide. Physically, they do seem to be the bigger team. Morutu Vidyalaya, I think, will do well to try and avoid contact as much as possible.
Judging by the first 2 games, Morutu Vidyalaya have been really dependent on their scrum half as well as their number 3. The number 3 is a very strong ball carrier, and the number 5 is a very willing runner.
Yes, it's a deliberate wheel. That's why the referee is awarding the free kick. Kerry taking a quick tap and going into contact. They recycled well. Unfortunately, just knocking the ball at that crucial moment. There was a 2-on-1 situation on the far side. Fortunately, not being able to capitalize. But in this first few minutes, it's all been Kerry who have been managing to keep possession of the ball and use their physical strength to wear down Morutu Vidyalaya. Now, Morutu are in their own 22. It'll be interesting to see the option that they will take. Will they look to clear their lines, or will they keep the ball in hand? It's also interesting to see how these teams use their sweeper, Hisham. Here we just see the scrum half standing up. You find the center just dropping back slightly. A bit of a loose ball, but Morutu nonetheless have managed to retain possession. And a wonderful handoff, but some good cover defense by Kerry. But Morutu are keeping the ball alive. And just stepping into touch on that occasion. But again, Morutu are just showing how dangerous they can be when they do have possession. They've got some very good runners in their ranks. So we're almost halfway through this first half. Both teams 0-0 at the moment. Kerry get good line out ball, they spread it wide, give it to their big center 3/4 who takes it into contact, bumps off a couple of defenders and takes it through. good recycling, but again, some wonderful counter by Moratua. Unfortunately, despite all that hard work by the number 5, thought he did brilliantly there, Hisham. He outrucked 2 players who were probably twice his size and did all the hard work, popped the ball to his teammate who unfortunately couldn't hold on. Another great attacking opportunity for Kerry.
Well, that's where I think Moratu Mahavidyalaya need to, watch out for in their game. All the hard work done by their key players cannot be just thrown down the sink.
And here goes the Kerry scrum half, just identifies the space, virtually just tapping the opposite prop forward and going through. So that's the case with Sevens Rugby. You just got to be on your toes at every single moment. On that occasion, you'd have to say the Moratu Vidyalaya prop forward on the left-hand side needed to be a bit more aware of what was happening. But it was just found wanting, and Kerry get first lease with the conversion being slotted over as well. As we have a look at that replay once again. Good awareness by the Kerry number 14 as well, showing a clean pair of heels to the entire Moratua defensive line.
And I think Abdullah, that's a tactical change, because he was the wing 3/4 in their first game, and it was their number 4 who is currently playing fly half, who was their scrum half in the first game. But I think realizing the number 4 player who is having some good kicking skills, I think they've slotted him into the fly half from game number 2 onwards, and so far it has worked in favor of them.
Yes, well, there's no substitute for speed in this game of Sevens Rugby, and it's a good tactical change as well by Kerry coaching staff to do that. Again, Moratua doing well, but being penalized, the ruck being formed and hands in it. So Kerry decide to take the quick tap, spread it wide. There's a massive overlap if they can get the ball out wide. So spread it extremely well. Is it that the speed, sir? Oh, but some good stoic defense by Moratua. Kerry doing well, not rolling away. Judges the referee. Kerry takes a quick tap. Some good steps. But unfortunately, knocking the ball, but nonetheless, the referee deemed that Moratua hadn't retired their 10 meters. So Kerry will get another bite of the cherry. So once the first 10-meter penalty is adjudicated, the referee has to hold play until the opposite side retreat the 10 meters before the tap is being taken. So Kerry again have a big 2-on-1 situation if they can get the ball out wide, but it may not be necessary, as their number 8 barges over for Kerry's second try. So it's very evident that Moratua have to use whatever little position they have to the maximum, because if they turn ball over as they have done, then the Kerry with their superior physicality will definitely look to use that to their advantage as they have done so far. And with that, it looks like it's 10 points to nil with the conversion to come. So the conversion goes astray, and we go into half-time with Kerry leading 10 points to nil.
Very true, Abdullah. So there you go. Kerry coming into their own towards the latter part of the first half, and they race into a 10 lead. Here's the first try. The winger turns scrum half, running around the defense, scoring besides the post, and try number 2 coming up just before the half-time whistle. Bit of pull on the collar as well, but the referee just let that go with a warning. So it's half-time here in the semi-final number 1. We'll be back after a short commercial break.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Unanimous decision. New world record.
So welcome back. Second half of Cup semi-final number 1. Kerry versus Motu Mahavidyalaya. Kerry in the lead, 10 points to 0. And they will restart the second half.
Yes, it's very important for Moratuwa to keep their hands on the ball. They can't afford to give possession away. Get a good chance and lovely start here. Nicely passing the ball over, and this is another good attack. But Kerry just coming across. Side entry is the call. So Moratuwa need to try and speed the game up as much as possible. They've been at the receiving end of this physicality, but again, just knocking the ball over at a crucial moment. But it was a high tackle by the Kerry number 8. We'll have to spend 2 minutes in the sin bin. And it's vital for Moratuwa to try and make use of this numerical advantage that they have. So it's an interesting call. They decide to go for a scrum to try and lock in those 3 players in, which means there'll be a 3-2 advantage out wide. So it's a very good call, provided that the execution happens properly. So as we look at the formation, Hisham, you can see that Kerry have opted to go without a scrum half.
Yeah.
They've used the full complement of players in the line without a scrum half. So it'll be interesting to see how Kerry will make use of this, rather Moratuwa. So the quick ball comes out, not the best distribution, but nonetheless they still have possession. The number 6 decides to go by himself. So another high tackle deemed. Probably the only reason it wasn't adjudicated a yellow card is because Kerry are probably down to 6 players. And unfortunately, Moratuwa unable to capitalize, just knocking that ball at the crucial moment and turning possession over.
And also, Abdul, I think Moratuwa Mahavidyalaya haven't been able to utilize their number 3. He's been involved in all the set piece plays. It'll be interesting to see if he can get some ball in hand in open play and try to muscle his way through, at least create some gaps.
Yes, one area Moratuwa have just let themselves down is in contact. They've lost the ball in contact a few times, and because of that, they've been unable to recycle possession, where you can bring your forwards into it, and that's probably the reason why their key players haven't been able to get into this game. So the referee adjudicating a high knee in the scrum. So it's being adjudicated as a free kick, and on this occasion, looks like it's the Moratuwa player's turn. The key number 3 position player you were mentioning, Hisham, has been sent to the sin bin. So now it's 6-all. So Kerry identifying some space at the back, going for a long kick, an interesting tactic. Just stops just before the in-goal area. Moratuwa do well to counter-attack, and now is an opportunity for them to get the ball out wide. And that's a good pass. And this is the chance that Moratuwa were looking for. Wonderful counter-attack. Right under the post. So with the conversion to come, 10 points to 5. Again, Hisham, it comes down to that decision of deciding to kick the ball away, isn't it, by Kerry? They had a penalty.
Just strange decision there. He just thumped the ball down the park rather than finding a corner.
Yes, and the question is whether they actually needed to do that. They were 10 points to 0 ahead. They just needed to play the clock if they were smart about it, get it into touch. Their line out was very solid so far in this game. But you have to give a lot of credit to Moratuwa. From their own goal line, had the nerves to counter-attack. And now it's just down to 1 score between both these teams. Still 4 minutes to go as we have a look at that replay again. It's a wonderful supporting line by the number 6. And this 6-on-6 situation could actually favor Moratuwa, isn't it, Hisham? Because they are the team that has players who have got a bit of speed about them. They'll enjoy the extra space on the field. So Kerry now seem to be back to their full complement of 7 players. But still, there's just about, we're just halfway through this second half, so there's a long way to go, just one score in it.
I'm really admiring the performance of the number 5 for Motu Mahavidyalaya, really carrying this team forward. Slings a kick and finds touch. But I'm pretty sure Motu Mahavidyalaya won't mind that, because it'll at least pin Kerry inside their own 22.
Not to mention that it'll run the clock down a bit as well until they get their full complement of players back, which they just have. So that was smart play by Motu Vidyalaya. Now we're back 7 on 7. Crucial line out for Kerry. Absolutely vital that they gain possession from this. They do so comfortably. The ball goes out wide. Again, the number 6 decides to kick, but the Motu Vidyalaya sweeper is on hand. Collects it, decides to go. It's important that it stays in play. And oh, wonderful supporting line, but just knocks the ball down at that crucial moment. Moratua. It's been the story of them in this game so far. Whenever they have had the opportunity, just knock the ball down and knock the ball on at crucial moments. The line was beckoning on that occasion. So we have a look at that once again. Identifying the supporting play extremely well. And it's that try scorer who knocked the ball down on that occasion. It was a tough collect, but you'd expect him to have taken that. And they have turned position over again. Just under 90 seconds remaining in this game. So in these kind of situations, game management is absolutely crucial. I think it's important that Kerry retain possession. They've now kicked the ball away on 2 occasions, paying the price on one, nearly on the other. But they decide to kick again. The ball is in play. The Motu supporting players need to get back and support the ball receiver. Oh, good counter ruck attempted by Kerry, but Motu do very well to try and retain position. They pass the ball, but they've turned it over, striking the Motu player's foot and going forward. Kerry just need to be a bit patient now. And it's another high tackle. So Motu are down to 6 players once again. Kerry just need to be smart now. They don't need to do anything silly. The line out has worked very well for them. Just kick it into touch. Play the percentages. Just under 10 seconds to go. Regardless of the outcome, I think it has been a very entertaining semi-final, hasn't it, Hisham?
Yes, indeed. And I feel for Motu Mahavidyalaya as well. They've had their moments, and like you said, it's just a matter of not taking them. And Kerry, from their viewpoint, they just need to manage this game now, run down the clock. And winning this line out will be crucial. It's an important line out here, and that wasn't straight. So one final possible opportunity for Motu Mahavidyalaya to strike back, and they'll have the opportunity in form of a scrum inside their own half. What can Motu Mahavidyalaya muster out of this opportunity? They've been under the cosh for most of this game. All they need is a try. Time is almost up.
Yes, probably the last play of the game. But they're doing very well to retain position. Keep the ball back, not the best pass, but more importantly, they do have possession. They go into contact, need to show a bit of patience. And they do retain position. Again, doing extremely well to get the ball out. But the Kerry defense so far holding up. Good tackle rushing up again. Here is defensive line holding up, and they have knocked the ball on. And another knock on by Moratua. So that's it. Carey cling on to a victory, 10 points to 7. But you'd have to say Moratua Mahavidyalaya had their opportunities. Unfortunately, just knocking the ball on at crucial moments when they had the line staring at them. And Carey survived to get into the final.
So here we go. This is possibly the only try in the second half for Moratua Mahavidyalaya. Some good hands, finds a man in support, uses his pace, goes all the way under the post. And it was a close game from there onwards, but Carey just managed to hang on.
So that's the full-time score. It was 10-0 at half-time to Carey. Moratua pulling back with a try in the second half. But probably the two sin binnings on their part probably costed Moratua other than their two knock-ons. So they progress to the segment 2 final, where they will meet the winner of this contest. So we're now just getting ready for the second semi-final. Piliandala Central versus St. Benedict's. Can expect another close encounter between these two teams. They showed reasonably good form in the preliminary rounds to make it thus far.
Well, I guess on paper, I think St. Benedict's would be ahead favourites to win this game. They have some willing runners in them as well. But you never know in sevens rugby. It's all about how you play the game. So here we go. Benedict's will be kicking from right to left. Fumbles with the ball, but Piliandala Central managed to retain possession. Running across.
Just need to be a bit careful in how they spread the ball so close to their own try line. They go into contact, recycle possession, but unfortunately just putting a foot in touch. So good defensive pressure by the Bens on that occasion, forcing Piliandala to make some unforced errors. And a great attacking opportunity for the Bens to try and get first lease in this second semi-final. Good clean line out. The ball is spread out wide. Wonderful stepping by the Bens centre three-quarter. They've done well to recycle possession. It's a 2-on-2 situation, deciding to take the ball into contact. Does well. They have retained position, which is the most important thing. And they go into contact. And they have scored. So the referee deciding that it was a try. Few of the Piliandala boys questioned the grounding, but I think the referee was right on the spot to adjudicate that try. So good start by St. Benedict's. Showed some good structure in how they played out that offensive run from that line out. The conversion is not successful. As we have a look at that once again. Good body position by the number 2. He stayed very low, so close to the line, so managed to reach out and score. So there was some of the skills that have been transferred from the 15-a-side game to the sevens. Body position absolutely crucial in the ruck when you're taking the ball into contact so close to the try line.
And I think another point in the game where teams really need to focus on was the restarts. I think most teams have been very poor, you'd say. There you go, good example. It's a key component in the game.
Yes, absolutely. In the international game, you can see how much time is spent on teams perfecting their restarts. Piliandala taking the ball up, big handoff, but unfortunately knocking the ball on. So Piliandala Central being a bit sloppy when they have ball possession, just losing it at the crucial moment when they take the ball into contact.
Their intent seems clear, send it out wide and use the flanks, try to create space, but their handling and decision making is letting them down. And in contrast, Benedicts, they've got one opportunity, they've scored, and that's what you need in the game of sevens. So Benedicts with the feed into the scrum, contested with the retained possession. They send it out wide immediately. Centre cutting back inside once again, still with possession, finds his man off the deck. And another penalty.
He's not supporting his body weight, as deemed by the referee. Benedicts take the quick tap. Number 3 takes the ball in to contact, but manages to offload at the crucial moment. The ball is well recycled. It's a 3-on-3 situation, but Benedicts just hold on to the ball. It was deemed that there was an elbow. I'm not sure whether it was deliberate, probably accidental. And I think the referee has done the correcting there, just giving a warning. I don't think there was any malice in that. So another opportunity for Piliandala Central. Take the tap. Again, taking it into contact. Nice little offload. And they managed to offload ball to the speedy wing 3/4. And he goes over absolutely against the run of play. And under the post for Piliandala with the conversion to come, it's 5-all. So as we saw in that first semi-final, Hisham, you just can't take your foot off the pedal in this game of sevens rugby. So far in this first near 5 minutes, it's all been the bends, but Piliandala Central, just given that one opportunity, have managed to strike back and equalize. The conversion is successful, so it's 7 points to 5. So we have a look at that replay once again. Just managing to find the space out wide. The Ben's defense caught napping. And Piliandala just having enough speed to put the finishing touches to that move.
And just like that, it's Piliandala in the lead. So with the restart, good high hanging kick. Was he taken on the air? Yes, it seems so. Seems like we will see the first yellow card of the game. The referee wants to have a chat with his linesman there.
Yes, it's a very dangerous part of this game. The player in the air. I think the chasing team, or rather the attacking team, needs to be a bit careful. The onus is on them to protect the player that's in the air. And I don't think that happened on that occasion. Again, I think the referee has done very well not to just dish out a card. He's just giving a warning. I think, to be fair, the Piliandala Central player also was trying to attack the ball. And I don't think the landing was on the head area, but the bench player does seem to be in a bit of discomfort. Hopefully it's nothing serious. So we have a look at that once again. So you can see the Piliandala Central player, his eyes were on the ball as well, so I don't think you can card him for that kind of an offense. It's good to see the Ben's player back on his feet.
So the centre for St. Benedict seems to be okay. He's on his feet and walking. So that's good news. And like I said, Abdullah, yes, that's the correct call by the referee. Sensible call there.
Yes, you don't want to see cards being dished out, as we see the Ben's number 6 breaking through. He just needed his supporting players to come and support him, but nonetheless they have done extremely well to recycle position. Just needs to straighten out a bit. The Ben's player just managing to stay on his feet, showing some good strength on that occasion. And that's very well done by the Piliandra Central player to turn position over. They just need to try and get that ball out as soon as possible. They have massive overlap on the far side, but unfortunately penalized for leaving his feet. Ben's take a quick tap. Again, it's the elusive number 6. Trying to jinx his way through, but the Piliandra Central defense holding firm. They've done extremely well there to take position. But on that occasion, they've been deemed to come on the side. So the referee just having a word with the Ben's player, probably explaining what the offense was. It was a side entry from the ruck, which is a no-no in this game of rugby. So Piliandra Central take another quick tap. It's their wing 3/4 takes the ball into contact again. Piliandra had done well to recycle position. They're spreading the ball out wide. Doesn't seem to be an overlap, so they'll try to need and create something, which they have done so far. Unfortunately, that final pass not reaching the hand. There was a nice loop play by the Piliandra boys on that occasion, but unfortunately just couldn't get that final pass away. So probably the final play of this first half. It's been an entertaining half, hasn't it, Hisham? Both teams throwing everything into this game. Both teams have had their opportunities. So the last play of the game, Bens have possession from the scrum. Yes, it's a illegal push by Piliandra Central in the scrum, so the Bens awarded a free kick. They've taken the quick tap. Nice step by the number 5. We'll look for the wing 3/4. Unfortunately, just knocking the ball over. So an opportunity for Piliandra Central to counter attack. They need to get the ball out wide. Some good hands. Looking for that offload. Fortunately not there, but nonetheless they managed to retain possession. Piliandra have retained strike, but again being deemed this time. I think the referee's patience has definitely been tested. He has warned the Benedict's players not to enter from the side of a breakdown, which they have done. So the Ben's boys will be down to 6 players for the for this final play, and probably a few minutes in that second half. It's crucial that Piliandra make use of this. So they decide to take a quick tap, but the tap wasn't taken properly. Terrible mistake by Piliandra with the one-man advantage, not being able to capitalize on that. So that will be half-time. An entertaining first half comes to an end, 7 points to 5 in favor of Piliandra Central.
Here we go, the highlights. The first try of the game, Benedict's strike first and momentum with them, but against the run of play, Piliandra scored. Brilliant try by their wing 3/4, used his pace, went under the post, try was converted. So half time, semi-final number 2, Piliandra Central in the lead, 7 points to 5. So we'll be back after a short commercial break.
අපේ ලේවලටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලීන් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
So we're just about to get ready for the second half of this cup semi-final of the Dialog Inter-School segment 2. It will be Pilian the Central who will kick off. They lead 7 points to 5. So it's an interesting kick towards the corner. They do hand position over to the bench, but right on the 22.
And also St. Benedict's, we are still down to 6 men. The yellow card they received just before the half-time break.
So they decide to take a short line out, just going to number 1. St. Benedict's trying a loop play. Couple of breaks, and they managed to get the ball out to their speedy wing three-quarter, who has done extremely well, showing a wonderful turn of speed. It's their number 6. And he's over from their own 22. A wonderful run by the Ben Speast on that occasion. It all originated from that nice little loop play, but just caught the Piliandala Central defense snapping. And Ben's, just like in the first half, getting first lease within that first minute. And with the conversion to come under the post, which they have no problem slotting over. So they go into the lead, 12 points to 7. As we have a look at that replay once again.
Well, that was all about the pace from number 6. Ran around the defense and then jinxing his way right under the post. Conversion's good. And now they lead 12 points to 7. And then we're back to their full complement of players as well.
Yes, so that'll be a real bonus for St. Benedict's, wouldn't they? They considered, despite being down to 6 players, managed to score a try. They managed to run the clock down as well to get their full complement of players back. Piliandala Central, on the other hand, will probably rue the fact that they couldn't make use of that advantage. But nonetheless, everything to play for. Taken the ball into contact, recycled it well. Just evaluating their options, but not much conviction in their attacking plays at Piliandala Central. They just don't seem to have much structure, not much go forward. It's very static and lateral as well. Good pressure by St. Benedict's, but nonetheless the referee has deemed it as a side entry. So Piliandala Central taking the quick tap, forging ahead, getting the ball out wide to their own speedster, the number 14 who scored the first try. But a good counter attack by, counter ruck rather, by St. Benedict's, managing to turn position over. They go on the short side, take the ball into contact. There's a high tackle there, spotted by the linesman. Don't think there was any malice once again in that high tackle, but the referee, I think, has had enough. This is probably the second or third warning in this game for a high tackle. So Piliandala Central now down to 6 players for the next couple of minutes. Sure, St. Benedict's will look to try and extend their lead during that time as they take the tap, pass it across, go into contact. Piliandala Central have done well on that occasion. There's a big battle for the breakdown, and they have done very well to get that penalty, winning that breakdown battle on that occasion. They committed 2 players to that breakdown, Hisham, rather than the one by St. Benedict's, and because of that, Benedict's just couldn't get the position they were looking for. Piliandala take the ball in. Again, a wonderful offload, and they managed to get it to their speeds out wide, and he goes over. Again, against the run of play, wasn't it, Hisham? It was St. Benedict's who had possession, but as this game of rugby sevens shows, you just can't slip up even for a moment. And we are back on even scores at 12 points all.
And interestingly, Piliandala did that with 6 men, just like St. Benedict's did in the first try for the second half.
So both teams seem to be doing better when they have but down a player than when they have their full complement of players. It's probably just the sharpening of focus, isn't it? They know that they're one player down. Everyone has to lift their game a notch or two to compensate for the lost player. And it's 12 all.
Well, they took too much time on the conversion. So they lost an opportunity there to possibly try to take the lead.
As we have a look at that once again, a nice little offload and good distribution out wide. Getting the ball out to the speedster. And Piliandala have managed to get back on even keel. And another interesting kickoff. This is the second time Piliandala have managed to peg the Bens back in their own 22. Looking to play the territorial game rather than the possession game.
And they're back to their full complement of players as well. Short line out. But unfortunately it's knocked forward. And fortunate for Benedict's, they have another opportunity to get out of jail.
Yes, so we're just approaching the final minute of this second semi-final. 12 points all. St. Benedict's in their own 22. It'll be interesting to see the option they will take. They win the scrum, decide to spread it. But the Piliandala central defense is right up on them. This is the first time I've seen them actually rushing up and putting a bit of pressure. So St. Benedict's done well to recycle possession. Some good pressure being applied by Piliandala Central, but the referee has deemed it illegal, just not staying on their feet at the breakdown. So the Bens take a quick tap, try and spread the ball out wide, a nice little switch play. But Piliandala Central have numbers on their defense line, try and hold the player up, but the St. Benedict's player does well to hit the deck, recycles possession. Again going into contact. Nothing much happening for St. Benedict's. Get the ball out wide, but there are 3 defensive players against the one, and they find themselves isolated. Very well done by Piliandala Central, and I think that's going to be the final score. Wonderful bit of defensive work by Piliandala Central. St. Benedict's caught napping on that occasion again, just getting themselves isolated. There were 3 defensive players to the one St. Benedict's player out wide. He took the ball into contact, and the Piliandala Central boys were just good enough to pounce on that loose ball and get the offloads at the correct time. Got the ball to their fast wing 3/4, who just managed to comfortably put the finishing touches. And that will be the final whistle of a very entertaining game. A lot of credit to Piliandala Central. They fought back both the occasions. They were down in the second half. As we have a look at the replay once again, St. Benedict's with the kickoff virtually scoring to go into the lead. That was a fine attacking play by them from their own 22, and then Piliandala Central just getting those crucial offloads at the correct time, getting the ball out to their speedsters out wide from turnover ball. So they're running against unstructured defense, and another virtual mirror image for the match-winning try, again of turned over possession. And Piliandala Central have done extremely well to clinch that second semi-final, where they will meet Carey College in this cup semi-final. So that's the final score for you. 17 points to 12. Piliandala Central over St. Benedict's.
is Shield final.
Shield final with CDP Ratana College and CWW Kannangara College. CW Kannangara kicks it off, and Peratana straight away going forward, fumbling the ball. So an early scrum for CWW Kannangara.
Scrappy play from CWW Kannangara, conceding that knock on as well. They had the opportunities in the first games as well, so they need to capitalize on this Shield final if they are going to win it.
Yeah, they could get some consolation if they win the Shield finals. So all to play for both teams, CWW Kannangara and Peratana College. So the very first scrum of the game. A scrappy scrum going towards Peratana College, where as the referee blows the whistle, says sealing the ball. So CWW Kannangara with the advantage. Going into contact. Referee says not 10 meters, so they gain another advantage to go move forward.
Silly penalty given away there by Kannangara. So Peratana, they opt to go for territory rather than take the quick tap. So they probably might try for that set piece move.
Yeah, I think Kannangara is trying to go for the set piece move to put some points on the board early on.
And their number 7, the center, is also a very good ball carrier. He can bust through the defense as well, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, he was an instrumental player in this team, and they've opted for a 2-man line out with having 4 players, and that's a dangerous tackle. Straight away, referee has given a yellow card. So Kannangara again in having an advantage of an extra man. If they work it out wide, they can easily score. But there you go, another fumble, but still with precision. A player pushed back, a good rushing defense by Peratana College.
A penalty given away yet again. So many silly mistakes in the opening exchanges. Sunit, now they have this. They kicked the first one into territory, so they does it again. So they probably might have come into the game with the plan that they are going to use the set pieces more and put this Peratana team under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've come with a plan to go ahead with their set piece play, because they've been good in that in the previous fixtures. So yet another chance with the numerical advantage. Kannangara passes this out wide. Switches play back to the inside, well, number 4 bashing through, and he's bundled to touch. So interesting decision, because they had numbers on the outside,
yes,
and there was an overlap as well.
Yeah, they could have used that overlap pretty easily, but was not a very good decision. But then again, the number 7 wasn't used by Kannangara rather at most of the games played now.
Now Peratana with a chance, cutting back inside, steps outside again, passes the ball, not cleanly collected, so he's in touch. Kannanga decides to go for a quick line out, but the referee says they took too much time, so we'll have a proper line out. And off your screen, Piratana has come back to their original numbers.
The set piece moves have been a real issue for all these teams, Zunet, because it has been pretty rusty with handling the set piece moves. They haven't really capitalized on, none of these teams have really capitalized on the ability that they can really score from some good set piece tries.
I think it has all to do with them not playing competitive rugby for almost 2 years. That's why players are a bit rusty. Their handling is not that great, because contact rugby in training and competitive rugby in a tournament are two different things. They've been playing 3 matches before this, so Piratana now with possession, trying to work something out to get some points on the board. It's 0-0 for both teams. Rushing defense by Kannangara, trying to hold them and keep Piratana inside their own half. We see 4 players of Kannangara in one behind the ruck, and there's space out wide. Piratana trying to go by themselves. Yes, support on the outside as well. 2 against 1. That's a very dangerous tackle. I think the referee should have played an advantage, because
yes.
Piratana team has had the advantage to go and score.
Surely they collect that try, and surely, and the thing with Kannangara is they have so many players committed to the ruck, and Piratna doesn't really exploit the fact that they have numbers on the outside, and that's where they can score if they are really smart at it.
Spot on, Kavin. As Piratna tries to go forward, they have numbers on the outside, but the player wants to pick and go. The ball was in the ruck, so that was illegal from Kannangara. Very risky, having one man down to give away a penalty that cheaply. Piratna taking their own time. Cuts back inside, easily goes to score the try.
The big man really had no trouble bumping off that single defender.
I think the defense was caught napping there. So first points on the board. Sri Ratnana Vidyalaya with the first try, 5 points to 0. It's 7 minutes up on our clock in the first half. I think it was a good time to score and go into the half time. So they missed the kick. So referee blows for half time. Very good time to get some points on the board. It was an interesting first half. A lot of defense, a lot of scrappy play.
Yeah, the early exchanges were a little scrappy, but then again, Piratna got some penalties and had that one-man advantage as well. So they really could capitalize on that factor sooner.
I think Kannangara didn't capitalize on the same advantage that they had a few minutes earlier, but Piratna Vidyalaya made no mistake, so that was the try. Easily done. So at half time, it's 5 points to 0 in favor of Piratana Vidyalaya.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Welcome back to the Shield final between Piyaratana College and CWW Kannangara. Piyaratana College leading just on the brink of half time. They scored through their big man, the number 10, barging over for an easy try. So it was an interesting first half, and it's all to play for in the second. And here's the restart. Fails to collect it cleanly, but here's the big man running around. And numbers on the ruck. Kannangara there again. 3 men on the ruck. And at the center, bumps of fun. And here's the big man on space. And
beating 3 defenders, 4th defender as well. Beating 4 defenders and going on to score the try. Beautifully done.
That was a brilliant try scored from Kannangara. He bumped off one and ran around 2 defenders, and right under the post goes the Kannangara winger.
So they starts off with a try in the second half. So and taking the lead as well with that conversion. It's 7 points to 5. There you go. This was after beating 2 defenders, and this was the third and the final defender. The big man, number 4 of Kannangara College, going on to score the try easily under the post. Well worked try.
And this was when they had a numerical disadvantage as well. They had 6 players. Now it has been restored to the full quota. So it's going to be an interesting match, because the first half mistakes have slowly got down.
Yeah, true. Kannangara, it's an opportunity for them to capitalize on the opponent's mistakes and reduce their mistakes as well as they kicks it off. Piyaratana College letting it bounce, not collected cleanly, and the referee says it's a knock forward. So another good opportunity for Kannangara College to capitalize, use a set play. You have the entire field, you can spread it out wide. You can see on the screen the fly half right behind the scrum, so he has the opportunity to run both ways. Ball pops out of the scrum as the fly half cuts back and goes to a shorter side, switches up play, gives it out. They're trying to run around the defenders. Huge hit by the Piyaratana player. As the scrum half picks it up, tries to go by himself. A small offload. As the referee stops the play for a high tackle.
There again, Piyaratana defended really well, but come to the high tackle, it was silly again, and they probably would put it into touch. And they do. I don't think it went out on the full as well.
Unnecessary penalty is given away. So another numerical advantage for CWW Kannangara.
Here's a very good opportunity for Kannangara to capitalize and put a cushion on the scorecard.
Not a clean line out, but the fly half tries to go by himself. Manages to beat 1 defender, but not the second. Referee straight away giving a penalty, saying not supporting the body weight. So Kannangara quick tap and out. He has 2 men. He had 2 men on the outside, but decides to go by himself, and the scrum half goes on to score the try and extends their lead to 12 points. Well done.
Here again, the line out worked. The penalty rather, it was, as you said, two men now on the outside could have easily given and scored on the corner, but then again the scrum half had to pick it up and go over. So a 7-point cushion for Kannangara with about 3 minutes left, and the conversion is successful, so it's 14 points to 5, Kannangara leading Pierat.
There you go, the scrum half seeing the space, picking it up, cutting back inside and scoring the try easily. Peratana players are not ready, so Kannangara using that opportunity to put on pressure with the restart.
Unnecessary penalty given away by Peratana. Yes, Kannangara have another opportunity to get some points on the board, and the yellow card has been restored. So Peratana now have the full members on the field, and then again the fly half right behind the scrum.
So they can spread it out wide or use the short side. This time they decide to spread it out all the way to the win 3. Nicely done. Needs to cut back inside so that he would have his supporting players coming in. Good move. There are plenty of players to support, but he goes by himself, brought down few meters away and knocks the ball over. So very unnecessary play by Kannangara. They have enough support on the outside, but very selfish play.
Yeah, when that wrap around happened between the center and the fly half, he could have drawn in the two men and given the ball out. Easily would have scored in the corner.
I think these little things they have to look at if they want to win games, win trophies. Peratana, even though they have the scrum, they are under pressure.
Penalty conceded as well, and Kannangara switching sides,
trying to spread it wide. Good offload. Easy try for Kannangara.
Again, the man in the middle, the center, drew in two men and then sent away the offload that he had no defender to beat, and just a walk to the try line, and that surely would have confirmed the victory for Kannangara.
Yeah, 7 minutes up on our clock. I think easily they win the semi-final, the Shield final rather. So they were behind 5 points to nil in the first half, and then in the second half with 3 tries, CWW Kannangara manages to win the Shield final. So they are the Shield winners of the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Western Province edition. There's the highlights of the second half. That was the first try by CWW Kannangara, individual brilliance by the number 4 player, beating 4 defenders, going on to score that try.
The number 9 sniping through, and here's the final try that was scored, 21 points. The third try, the conversion was done, and the final score 21 points to 5, CWW Kannangara winning the Shield.
Well, 2 more. Two more games to go. St. John's taking on Mahanama College in this game. It's going to be very interesting. Three more games rather. A bowl final. Mahanama taking on St. John's, who received a walkthrough in the semi-final. This is going to be a very interesting battle because Mahanama likes to get physical. They have a very good rush defense. How will the Jonians cope that up? We will have to wait and see. St. John's currently with possession, trying to look at the options available on both sides. Now sending it out wide. Opts to put the ball to both two speedsters. It's a foot race. And Mahanama defender did the best he could to keep the Jonians away, only momentarily, because they will receive a 5-meter scrum.
Well, Mahanama, who showed a lot of promise on the start of this tournament, find themselves here in the bowl finals. They have some willing runners as well. They just need to make sure they execute their game plan properly, which has let them down on quite a few occasions. And St. John's showing that they have a few dangerous runners of their own as well. So early pressure now on Mahanama. Good clean ball, has a man on the outside as well. Easy try. That's a good try scored by St. John's. So first blood. St. John's, Colombo. Mahanama lost the plot there during that set piece. But it's still early doors. So hopefully they can settle and make a comeback. St. John's now with the conversion. Conversion, not good. Doesn't have the distance nor the legs. So it'll be just 5-0. Here we go, the replay. Off the base. Loses the scrum half, the opposition scrum half. Easy does it, one-on-one. Chooses to pass the ball to his teammate. Easy try. St. John's now with the restart. Good high-hanging kick. And once again, Mahanama fumble with it just as the first kick off. But surprisingly, I think the referee deems that was a knock forward of St. John's, so it'll be a scrum to Mahanama. So second scrum of the game, and this time it will be in favor of Mahanama. Good pressure by the scrum half, but still Mahanama recover. Still in possession. Man is being held up. That's good pressure by St. John's. Another scrum, their second scrum. Attacking scrum rather. And gives them another platform to launch an attack, this time just outside their 22. They've got 75% of the pitch towards their right to use. Good clean ball. Fly half juggles it but recovers. Center, loop pass. Has the man on the outside. Pops the pass. But the rush defense coming in from Mahanama. But doesn't keep possession. Decides to attempt an offload but only gives away possession. Now Mahanama on the attack with their center. Tries to run around his man. Solid tackle by the opposition wing 3 though. But they've got an overlap. Mahanama need to send it out wide urgently. It's a bit static. The center goes on himself. Beats the defender. But just didn't have the balance and steps outside. That's quite unfortunate after all the hard work he did. So it'll be a line out in favor of St. John's to survive that scare.
Very interesting match this, Hisham, especially given the fact that Mahanama, they have impressed throughout the tournament with their defensive work, but it's just that they can't hold on to possession when in the most crucial moment after one or two phases they seem to be throwing away the ball. That's why they find themselves in this position in the bowl.
And I think that's what you need to do, especially at sevens. It's all about how you manage the game, how you keep possession. The more you defend, the more chances are you're at the receiving end. It's kind of the core aspect in sevens. Keep possession, you win the game. So another scrum for Mahanama. Referee playing advantage, possibly for offside. And here's Mahanama coming with the center, loops pass, man on the outside, still going, finds his man through a sneaky offload. St. John's trying to contain the Mahanama runners. And the referee says holding on, so St. John's do well and recover position. So yet again Mahanama letting themselves down, Sudarshan.
Absolutely, they did all the hard work, but then that touch find from the Juniors is not going to make them any happier, because they are making inroads to the Mahanama half. And remember, the Juniors are one game fresher. They didn't have to play the semi-finals. They got a walkover, so they'll have a little bit more juice in their system. Mahanama need to be very, very careful and need to make sure that they use the opportunities that come their way. And handling is going to be absolutely crucial for their chances of winning this game and taking some kind of silver home. Front peel not successful, short-term penalty for Mahanama. They'll be quite delighted and relieved at the fact that they are getting to get out of jail. Opts to send it out. Pass wide. Like we discussed, Hisham, the moment they are in attack, Mahanama looks like a different side. There is not much organization. They seem to bunch up. They don't use the width of the field. Juniors, on the other hand, nicely using the width of the field. They're making the Mahanama forwards run from this corner to the other. Get back. Juniors with possession. Somebody needs to straighten it out. Crashing through the middle versus Junior player, but the ball has been turned over. Now Mahanama, if they can get a quick ball out, they can do some damage. Did he choose the correct side? Seems like he has. Here's an end-to-end try yet again from the 22 against the run of play. Mahanama will score right underneath the post.
There was slight advantage there. St. John's player was down injured, so had the numerical advantage as well. But it was all about picking the correct decision, which side to attack. And fortunately for Mahanama in this case, they did that. So on level terms, and with this conversion, just sneaks it through. So 7 points to 5. They go into the lead.
Incredible, isn't it? The Sevens is such a fast game and it quickly changes momentum. Almost 90% of the first half was dominated by the Juniors, who basically thumped Mahanama in all fronts except defense maybe. But Mahanama going into half-time with a 2-point lead will be very much relieved, and the coach will be a happier man than how it started. This was the first try for St. John's, making it look very easy, and then last minute try in the first half by Mahanama College, snatching the lead away from their opponents. Currently, Mahanama lead 7 points to 5 at half time.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
We're back with the second half action of the bowl final of Dialog Schools Rugby 7's Western Province Segment B competition, ushering Schools Rugby back to Sri Lanka. An incredible tournament and incredible start as well. Very encouraging to see some of these young men plying their trade. They look the real deal. Hisham, some more development, and we will have some very good talent in our midst. Mahanama straight away managing to put pressure on St. John's, milking that error.
And yes, Sudarshan, just as you said, they're back in the field after quite a long time. So it's not easy. These conditions, regardless of how much you have trained, it really takes the toll on you.
Set.
Using the short side. Good option if he can hold it up until his support arrives, and it does. Mahanama, plenty numbers onto the wide side. But the Fayav decides to go himself. Can he go all the way looking for support? Nice collection. Brilliant try by Mahanama. Extends the lead, and this is exactly how they wanted to start their second half. After being down and out in the majority of the first half. But Mahanama looking good now.
Brilliant try there, because once receiving that pass, he had to control and ground the ball. He did it so with one hand. So the perfect start for Mahanama, capitalizing on that mistake from the opposition. Conversion is good. So it's 14 points to 5. So St. John's now, 2 strikes required to get into the lead.
This was the finishing touches. Had the good sense to offload, and how about that for a basketball collection from the big number 8. Touching down for his team. This gives Mahanama a slight cushion, because now the Jonians have to score twice in order to get ahead of Mahanama. Now St. John's looking to run straight away. Space on the outside. That's going to be a card for sure. Yes, yellow is the color. That was a definite card. It was only a matter of which color would come out from the referee. Lays his swinging arm. Is not allowed in rugby. Well, interesting. St. John's opting to go for a scrum. Remember, every second you spend there waiting for the scrum to form, it's a second that your opposing team member who's in the sin bin spends there. You need to try and make maximum of the time you have a numerical advantage. St. John's now recycling. Have the numerical advantage, but finding it a little difficult to use it currently.
It's all gone static for St. John's. Players lying all over the park. I think they really need to talk to each other and first of all understand what is the game plan here, because it seems like players trying to play an individual game, trying to cross that gain line, and once they do on their recursion, their teammates do not know what's plan B. On the other hand, Mahanama just need to slow things down, consolidate themselves. They're a man down.
Also, I think it does come down to the conditioning of the two teams as well, because if you look at Mahanama, they look like a better conditioned side to me, which is why they're coping up better with the heat and the fatigue that they have faced due to the extra games that they've played. St. John's, on the other hand, have played one less game than Mahanama. This one is going to be interesting. Will the speedster have enough legs? Cover tackle is not good enough. Both cover tackles as he goes all the way. This could really put curtains on any hope of the opposition side, but Mahanama College really sealing the fate of the ball here at Royal Complex.
Well, I think he really trusted his stepping skills there, because he didn't opt to go for pace despite several defenders coming at him. Trusted his stepping skills and used it to good effect. Not the best of tackling, but still he had a lot of stepping to do. But made it look so easy.
And you need to have that kind of confidence if you are a hot stepper, isn't it? You need to have the confidence to make that decision and to live with it. Yet again, kicking has been phenomenal for Mahanama so far. 3 out of 300% record. 21 points to their name. Take a look at this. It wasn't about outrunning him. A little goose step here. And tiny side step there. Getting away from 3 men and scoring right underneath the post. Brilliant stuff by the Mahanam player. Another restart, a good restart, contestable restart. St. John's are managing to come away with it. Just over 5 minutes on our clock, but remember, what matters is what the referee's clock says. He has the most accurate indication, being the man in the middle.
Yet again, an unforced error there. Loose handling by the St. John's player. So Mahanama now running away with this. Time is up against St. John's. They need to... Mahanama now with the opportunity.
Bye. Sorry. Crouch. Bind.
So Mahanama with the feed into the scrum. Clean ball to the fly half. Onto the center. But then he fumbles with possession. Falls right into the hands of the St. John's wing 3/4. Goes into contact. The ball is out. Referee is playing advantage for offside. But St. John's really static with their play, giving ample time for Mahanama to reset their defense. Advantage bailing out them there.
Well, interestingly, something that I have noticed consistently throughout the day, Hisham, is the fact that some of these speedsters only look at, they're one-dimensional in the fact that they only look to outrun you, run around you. But there are so many other lines in sevens rugby and rugby in particular that you can take, which will open up opportunities for you. Sometimes you would just need a burst of about 5 meters, and that's all you would need.
Very true, Sudarshana. Wayward throw. So St. John's probably a final crack at adding some respect to the scoreboard. Still need to quicken things up. And trying to go around the corner, evades his man. 3 defenders coming at him. A robust tackling there by the opposition players. And that's it, the final whistle goes. So Mahanama College emerging victorious here in the bowl finals. 21 points to 5 in favor of the team wearing white and black. Here we go. This is the brilliant try scored, the second try scored by Mahanama. Brilliant offload, brilliant collection, a beautiful finish. And this was the try that sealed the game in favor of the winning team. Lovely bit of stepping here. Coolness personified. Runs all around the defense and then a few more defenders to beat.
So up next is the plate final between Mortua Madhyama Vidyalaya and St. Benedict's College. Both these two teams. So up next is the plate finals between St. Benedict's and Mortua Madhyama Vidyalaya. Both these teams giving the finalists a real run for their money in the semi-finals. Just didn't take their opportunities, otherwise the story would have been quite different. No doubt both these teams will want to make amends for their failure, Hisham, in this final to take some silverware back to their respective colleges.
Both teams seems like he's rightly said, hard done in the semi-finals. Close battles fought, but they had to come up second best. But here they are with one more opportunity to collect some silverware. So Mortua Mahavidyalaya with the restart, with the kickoff, and Benedict's with some attacking intent straight away, trying to run through their man. Some missed tackles early on. I think that was the referee penalizing Mortua Mahavidyalaya for a high tackle. That was quite unfortunate, brilliant sidestep there, but the referee called it back.
Yes, didn't take the tap from the correct spot. So looks like St. Benedict's will get another opportunity in their semi-finals, if memory serves me right. They scored just with the kickoff in the first half and scored first in the second half as well, but after that just showed a lapse of concentration. Well, looks like Mortua Vidyalaya will be down to 6 players for the next few minutes, as they have received a yellow card, and looks like St. Benedict's are going to make use of that. Oh, there was a massive overlap there, needed to have got that ball out wide. Took it into contact, forcing them to recycle, but nonetheless, St. Benedict's again taking the ball in. Now there is a definite overlap to their wing three-quarter. Does very well to stay on his feet and goes over for the first try for St. Benedict's. Well, it should have been scored a couple of phases ago, but nonetheless, St. Benedict's, like in that semi-final, draw first blood very early on, making use of that one-man advantage that they have as well. So conversion to come. 5 points to 0 up. Oh, it's a terrible miss. Not even going towards the post. So we have a look at that replay once again. Just 2 missed tackles. Crucial moments. Allowing the St. Benedict's wing three-quarter to go over for the first try. You can see Mortua taking their time to come get ready for the kickoff. They know that they're one player down as well. Nice short kickoff. Right on the 10-meter line, but the ball dribbles into touch. So you can see Morotua taking their time, trying to wind the clock down till they get their 7th man back on the field. It's hard enough playing a full rugby length with on full rugby ground with 7 players. Playing it with 6 can be really energy-sapping stuff. Good steal by St. Benedict's from that line out. And they just need to retrieve position, but unfortunately some good pressure by Morotua, resulting in a knock-on. And looks like they've got their 7th man back, Hisham. So it's just cost them 5 points. But it'll be interesting to see in the fine analysis whether that would be the difference. Morotua's feed into the scrum. Good pressure by St. Benedict's. So referee decides to recall that scrum once again. St. Benedict's definitely has a physical advantage at set piece time. Morotua will do well to try and get quick ball. Once again, some good pressure at scrum time by St. Benedict's. They managed to get the ball away, but the scrum half is isolated. So at the end of the day, a good result for Morotua, who take a quick tap. Lovely jinxing run by the scrum half, but just unable to get the ball out, and that has resulted in possession being turned over. St. Benedict's take the ball into contact, just managed to get the ball out to their wing 3/4. Done extremely well to recycle. He finds a gap down the short side, makes a run for it, and looks like he will go all the way. So that's wonderful vision by the St. Benedict's number 6 on that occasion. From the breakdown, identifying that the entire defensive line was on the open side, just had about 5 meters on that short side, and was good enough to snipe on the short side and go over for St. Benedict's second try.
Brilliant score there done by the Benedict's number 6. And yes, Abdullah, I think they just need to focus, keep focus. I mean, they lost it in the semi-finals after doing so well throughout the game. And now, the conversion once again not successful, but the lead by 10 points to 0.
Just as we have a look at that once again, some wonderful vision by the number 6, identifying the space on the short side, catching the entire Morotua MV defense napping, and going over for St. Benedict's second try. So they've got a 2-score advantage, but as we know in these games of sevens rugby, if you take your foot off the pedal, it can be very dangerous. And Morotua, they do have the runners, and now they already find a bit of space. The number 6 is run, but a wonderful chase. And the Morotua player has lost possession of the ball. Some wonderful defensive work. The tackler again getting on his feet and retrieving the ball, taking it forward against St. Benedict's. Referee calls back for a knock-on. You just have to wonder whether he would have done well to play advantage on that occasion. So that's some wonderful defensive work by St. Benedict's. Looked like Morotua MV were on their way towards scoring their first try, but a wonderful cover tackle. And the good thing about that play, Hisham, was that he made the tackle and he got onto his feet again. You cannot play rugby while you're off your feet. So on his feet again and retrieve the ball. And St. Benedict's again seem to be very comfortable playing in close quarters, but they managed to make another break. Again, the defense, first line of defense by Morotua found wanting, but their cover defense does well. And they have done very well on that occasion to get back. And it looks like it was a knock-on. And with that, the referee calls half-time. 10 points to 0 for St. Benedict's. courtesy of 2 good tries. But it's a much better first half by St. Benedict's. Just completely shut Morato out as we have a look at that replays once again.
That's try number 1 for St. Benedict's. This was the second try. Going on the shorter side, saw that space, and then using his pace to go all the way under the post. But unfortunately, they couldn't convert that try. But still, they are in the lead, 10 points to 0. So half time here at this Royal Sports Complex. So plate final. St. Benedict's in the lead, 10 points to 0.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
So we're back in the second half of this plate final of segment 2 of the Dialog Inter-School Rugby Sevens. St. Benedict's College, courtesy of 2 tries in that first half, comfortably leading Morato MV. So St. Benedict's to kick off. Morato have just got to get hold of the ball much more in the second half and make it count. St. Benedict's did very well to control possession. That's a good collection by Morato. They've got to avoid going into contact and trying to recycle. They've got some good runners. They don't want to get into a physical battle with this St. Benedict's team, who do have a bit of an advantage in that area. Again, just running across aimlessly. It's got to straighten out and find a bit of space. A recycle position. But as you can see, the entire Morato line is very flat. There's no depth to their play. So it makes defending against that sort of formation so much more easy. And as you saw on that occasion, they just ran out of space, enabling St. Benedict's to bundle the Morato team into touch.
Very well said there, Shabdul. I think that's making life easy for St. Benedict's in this game. But once again, they need to maintain their focus. There's 10 points to 0.
Yes, it was much better by St. Benedict's in that first half. They played the complete half, didn't it? Unlike in the semi-final, where in the first 2 or 3 minutes they were outstanding, and after that just went into their slumber. I'm sure their coaching staff would have had a stern word with them. Fortunately, not able to hold on to that ball. If he did, it would have been another score for St. Benedict's, definitely. But again, just drifting across, making the pass, making the person who is receiving the pass so much more difficult to hit that target. So Morato, another opportunity for them. They can't afford to just give away possession. Wonderful big scrum by St. Benedict's. But Morato have done well to retrieve position. Again, very flat. Ball has been taken in 2 hands. There are 3 players out wide against 1, but they're just unable to get that ball away. It's very slow ball, enabling the St. Benedict's defensive line to reform. And with that, they have committed a mistake of knocking the ball at the breakdown as well. Again, turning position over. So while you have to commend St. Benedict's for their defensive formation, I think it's been made easy by Morato with the way they have been forming in attack. if you watch St. Benedict's carefully, there is a lot of depth in the way they form, even off first phase, as you can see here. So they managed to get the ball out. Again, finding a bit of space on the short side. Number 6 decides to go by himself, and he manages to outsprint the entire Morotoa defense to go over for St. Benedict's third try. And dare we say that's probably the final nail in Morotoa MV's coffin. You just cannot allow the opposition to just run on the short side like that. Gaping hole on the short side, everyone drifting towards the open side, and St. Benedict's good enough to exploit that short side. As we have a look at that once again, there were 3 defenders, but they were all virtually one behind the other rather than forming next to each other. And when you do have a bit of pace, as that St. Benedict's player did have, there was only one person who was going to profit from that run. Conversion is unsuccessful, but nonetheless, St. Benedict's comfortably placed at 15 points to nil.
So St. Benedict's running away with it. All 3 conversions missed, but still comfortable lead at this stage of the game. Just under 3 minutes to be played, leading by 15 points to nil. So it seems the plate trophy would be heading to St. Benedict's. Morotoa Mahavidyalaya, on the other hand, will be disappointed. They haven't been able to create much in this game. They've been short of ideas. The players haven't been able to create any sort of spark. Once again, there you go. Position in hand, the passing not up to the mark.
It's one thing that's very evident is how flat the Morotoa team are, isn't it, Hisham, in the form? Even if off first phase, they're very flat. You'd find it difficult to identify who was the defending team and who was the attacking team. But now if you just look at the way that St. Benedict's formed, there's a lot of depth in the way they form. So they're running onto the ball, which makes defending so much more harder. And Morotoa not rushing up as well. They're just giving so much room to St. Benedict's. Again, just so much more room, just not drifting across. And St. Benedict's just going through the hands for their 4th try under the post. You could say that the body language of the Morotoa team is a sign of a team that has given up. Just don't seem to show that same fighting tenacity that they showed in the semi-final. But you have to give a lot of credit to St. Benedict's as well. They have played smarter rugby in this final. Especially their attacking play. They've run onto the ball, they've formed very deep, which has made life very difficult for the Morotoa MV defense. The conversion comfortably over. So they're ahead 22 points to nil. As we have a look at that replay once again. Again, 2 players going to 1 man, which created the overlap. And that St. Benedict's wing 3/4 was just too fast for the covering Morotoa MV defense. So it's probably the final kickoff of this plate final. Morotoa again kicking off, but bundled into touch. So just going through the final rites of this plate final. The trophy no doubt will be going down to Kotahena. Good effort by St. Benedict's Servants outfit. They look the team that has played with much more structure in this final. Fortunately, that throw-in hasn't reached 5 meters, or rather it's crooked, so it will be a scrum to Morotoa MV. Let's see whether they can get a consolation score to add a little bit of respectability to the scoreline. Morto again find a little bit of space on the blind side. Scrum half make a daring run, but again Morto off their feet, very correctly adjudicated. So Morto will need to try and speed the game up. I don't think calling the scrum is the best option. Yes, they decide to take a quick tap. They need to spread the ball out wide. Bumping off a couple of tackles. More to a recycle position. But the St. Benedict's defensive line is extremely good, forcing another error. And you'd have to say with that the match would be over, but it looks like the linesman has spotted something on the far side, having a word with the referee. Spotted anything, Hisham, in that play?
I think it was for a high shot, if I'm not mistaken, on an attempted tackle. Need to see what the referee interprets here. He wants the Benedict. Yes, so it was for a high shot. So one more chance here for Motu Mahavidyalaya. By puts in a chip. Gives it straight back to the Benedict player.
Release.
They
No,
just
no,
need
no,
to
hands off. Hands off.
kick this out to touch. The game would be over. But no, decide to run it out of danger. And this could be the icing on the cake, coast to coast. Win 3/4, long strides. He's got players chasing him. But that will be the try. Just fast. And there you go, the icing on the cake for St. Benedict's. They've been deserved winners in this game, no doubt.
Definitely. They have been the team which has played with more servant structure, as it were. Pilianda Central, Morto MV, just going into contact on far too many occasions and losing possession, playing very flat. But St. Benedict's in this particular encounter have looked the part and deserved winners 29-0 in this plate final.
And there you go, the players rejoicing. Benedict's will be happy. This time more focused. Played a good game. Here we go, this is the second try of the second half rather. Once again, players beating their opposition for pace. Yet again, finding the man on the outside, using his pace to go around the defense. And the final try, right inside their 22, could have easily kicked it out, but decided to run it out. And then breezing his way through under the post, diving to score, lovely try. So Benedict's emerging victorious 29-0 against Motu Mahavidyalaya in the plate finals.
So now with that we move to the final of this segment 2 Inter-School Sevens tournament sponsored by Dialog Rugby between Carey College and Piliandala Central. Both teams coming off close semi-final wins. I think both teams physically seem to match up well in this encounter. Going by what we saw in the semi-finals, Hisham, just left to be seen who has more gas in their tank after those two close semi-final runs. As we get ready for this final, it'll be Piliandala Central who will kick off.
So it's Piliandala Central kicking from right to left. And surely both teams will try to avoid mistakes as much as they can. It was quite evident in the two semi-finals. Good high hanging kick, collected well by the on-rushing Piliandala attacking players, straight on the attack, inside the red zone, right away. They need to send it out wide. Here comes the attack from Piliandala Central. Got a man on the outside, decides to go on his own. Support coming in the form of their center, and that's a brilliant start for Piliandala Central, right under the post. What a start. Brilliant passage of play.
Absolutely, and that was a copybook 7th try, Hisham, if ever there was one. A wonderful high hanging kick, wonderful pressure applied. They managed to retrieve position, took it into contact once and spread it out wide. That was a wonderful try to start off with. Just the start Piliandala Central would have wanted in this final. And the conversion goes away. But let's have a look at that try once again. They had an extra man outside, made it much harder than they need to, but nonetheless, putting the finishing touches. Just shows in this game of sevens rugby, Hisham, how important a good kickoff is. That was a lovely hanging kick. The chase was excellent, forcing Carey to make a mistake while collecting the ball. The recycle position extremely well and put the finishing touches to the move as well. This time, not as good, but the kickoff finding a bit of distance, giving Carey the opportunity to counter-attack. Ball is passed out, but again, Piliandala Central guilty of not making the first tackle. The ball going backwards. Carey going for highly risky pass. Not sure that was the best option. Nonetheless, they managed to recycle position. Need to make use of it. A dummy sees a nice short ball, lovely angle. Does extremely well to break off that tackle. Tries the offload, not going to hand, but doesn't seem to be much damage done. Carey managed to retrieve position, but Piliandala infringe at the breakdown, resulting in a penalty. It's interesting to see the option that Carey will take. Looks like they decide to go for touch. And that's a reasonably good touch finder. In the semi-final as well, their line-out was functioning extremely well. So you'd have to say that probably Piliandala Central do have a bit of advantage out wide in terms of speed over the Carey team. But Carey do have some big boys in their ranks who can take it up, create a few phases. They probably want to control the pace at which this final is played as well. Another very well conducted line out, deciding to go for a chip kick. Not sure whether that was the best option. Piliandala does extremely well to keep that in play. And now we look to counter-attack from their own half. And looks like they are away. The speeds just, we were talking a few seconds ago, Hisham, about how the Piliandala team would have the speed advantage over Carey College. And it all started from that very poor decision to execute that chip kick, which is the end of the day a nothing kick really. And Carey did extremely well to keep the ball in play, spread the ball wide and just caught the Carey defense snapping.
Well, Carey have attempted that kick and chase quite a few times throughout this tournament, but this time being punished for the aimless kick. So Piliandala Central race into a 12-0 lead with the conversion successful. Here we go. Long, hard strides. And he had the opposition speedsters on the other side of the pitch. So he was up against forwards actually. And finishing under the post.
Yes, in this game of sevens rugby, if you decide to kick position away, you've got to have a very good reason to do so. And on that occasion, it was a nothing kick really. The chase was pretty poor as well. And Piliandala just showing some good speed to turn that aimless kick into 5 points, or rather 7 points to their advantage. So looks like we're waiting for a ball to come into play. Something maybe the organizers could look at in terms of getting some ball boys organized, because just can't, the game has to move at a certain pace.
Exactly, I think it has been a problem throughout this tournament.
Yes, it's hopefully something that the organizers will look to rectify. Do not know if they'll have time to do it by tomorrow, but just got to ensure that all these processes are in place. Nice hanging long kick by Piliandala, enabling that defensive line to come up. Nonetheless, Carey have done extremely well to take the ball up, but again, just being caught napping against that touchline, putting in sufficient pressure, Piliandala, to just bundle Carey out into touch.
So far, so good for Piliandala Central. They've taken the opportunities, scored 2 brilliant tries as well, and Carey under the cosh for most of this first half. Once again, this time, however, fumble with the line out. Piliandala Central now with another opportunity. The speedster on the wing. Does he have the pace to go around the defense? This time he doesn't, but the referee will signal for a high tackle, probably a jersey tackle rather, and we might see a yellow card as well. Yes, he's reached out, and yes, there's a yellow card, so double blow for Carey now. They'll have to defend the entirety of this, the remainder of this first half. The man down, quickly take and tap. Carey still with possession, and that's tie number 3. Carey looked lost in defense.
Yes, the defensive line just did not retreat in time to face that penalty, and Piliandala good enough to find that, identify that chink in Carey's defense.
Clearly, when it comes to pace, Piliandala Central has been just a step ahead of Carey, and that's what has they've used this advantage brilliantly throughout this game, throughout this first half so far. So it's half time, and Piliandala Central go into the break with a 17-0 lead.
As we take a look at the highlights of that first half, this all started off from a wonderful hanging kick, and then on the other side, Carey aimlessly kicking, resulting in a wonderful counter-attack try, end-to-end try by Piliandala Central. And then on the stroke of half-time, from a penalty, a quick tap taken, and barging over for their third try did Piliandala Central. So they are placed comfortably in this cup final of the segment 2 of the Dialog Schools Rugby, 17 points to 0. We'll see you again in the second half. So we are back for the final of this segment 2 of the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. It's great to see Schools Rugby back after almost 20 months of a hiatus due to the COVID pandemic. As Carey College getting ready to kick off the second half with everything to do, trailing 17 points to nil. It's a nice hanging kick. And that's a poor collection by Piliandala Central. It's got to keep their focus. They're up 17 points to nil, but in this game of sevens, can change extremely quickly. Carey are down to 6 players as well. So need to wind the clock down. Just got to use their physicality a bit more. Keep possession, recycle the ball, try and wear this Piliandala Central team down. Not sure what the Carey scrum half was thinking on that occasion. The ball was well out of the scrum. And again, just a poor option, trying to go on the short side when there was absolutely no room whatsoever. Piliandala Central defense had lined up to ward off any attacking threat by Carey.
And Carey are back towards their full complement of 7 players. So line out to Piliandala Central. Not straight, says the referee. So Carey will have the option of a scrum or line out. They opt for a scrum. And just what Piliandala Central didn't need there, inviting pressure onto themselves.
Yes, but their line out hasn't been good at all in this game, has it, Hisham? And even in that semi-final, so many line outs that just didn't go to hand. It's an area which probably could improve, but so far it doesn't seem to have cost them. So Carey will look to try and get some points on the board as soon as possible. The scrum half tries to make a break close to the scrum, but the Piliandala Central defense was up to it. Again, slow ball resulting in the Piliandala Central's defense to reform. Carey recycle, just try and get the ball out, take it into contact once again. That one player has managed to draw 3 defenders in. If Carey can just try and recycle the ball out and spread it wide. Again, trying to go on that short side. Changes his mind. Again, Piliandala Central have done extremely well to cover whatever holes they have in their defense. Again, just trying to attack through the fringes is Carey College. Piliandala so far up to whatever Carey have managed to throw to them. Good defense again. Nice little pop-up pass. Carey retained possession. This is much better by them. They're using their physical strength. And do they go over? No. The referee has adjudicated a double movement, or has he awarded the try? Looks like he has awarded the try. So Carey on the board. Halfway through this final. 17 points to 5. Conversion to come. Conversion is not successful, but nonetheless, Carey on the scoreboard. We've got about 3.5 minutes more as we look at that replay once again. Taking the short route. Referee deeming that it was just one movement before the ball being placed. So that was much better by Carey. Using short passes to try and get over the gain line. Something maybe they would have done well to try a bit earlier. But nonetheless, still 2 scores away. This kickoff is going to be crucial. If they can force Piliandala Central into an error. But Piliandala is managing to collect that ball. Oh, lovely pass on that occasion. Again, the Carey defense, 2 players going to one defender and then just having enough speed to get round that Carey College defense, and that entire attacking line supporting inside for an inside pass. And Carey, have they just let this final go away? They already had an uphill task, but with this score, it's 22 points to 5 with a conversion to come and under 2 minutes to play. Is that the try that just sealed Piliandala Central this segment 2 cup final? So the conversion is successful. It's 24 points to 5. Just under 90 seconds remaining.
A brilliant work by the forwards, the number 8 by Piliandala Central there. He held, waited for the opportune moment, and then slings out a pass for the speedster to go and finish it. He could have done it earlier, but decided to draw a few more defenders before opting for the pass.
Yes, a good supporting lines as well, isn't it, Hisham? There was another supporting player outside him as well. So it's an area of the game where Moratua seem very competent in broken play. It's what they have thrived on in this final. And Carey have just aided them in that process by turning possession over. Piliandala kick off. Some goes right into Carey's College number 4's hand. He spreads it out wide. The ball goes to the wing 3/4, but unfortunately, again, being starved of space, enabling them to be bundled into touch. So the Piliandala Central entire bench seems to have been brought into this game, realizing that they pretty much wrapped this final up. Again, Carey stealing that line out. They've done very well at line out time, but beyond that, in attack, they have been relatively poor. It's not being able to get any go forward ball at in attack. And that's very well done by Piliandala, holding the player up, not allowing them player to put his knees on the ground, but nonetheless, Carey College just again being found to be running laterally. But there could be a card coming Piliandala Central's way. Wonder what the infringement was for. So on this occasion, Carey decide to go to the line out. It's probably an option they should have looked at taking earlier, but not when they are 24 points to 5 down. Regardless, I don't think it will make a difference to the outcome of this game. This is probably the final play as well. Carey just trying to put a bit of respectability to the scoreboard. Very well taken line out. Number 4 trying to jinx his way. They've done extremely well to recycle possession, but again just unable to find any width to their play. It's using the short ball as much as possible. As the ball comes up, the Piliandala defense is very good. They're rushing up, not giving any space for Piliandala Central to do their thing. But on this occasion, they infringe. Not staying on their feet at the breakdown is what the referee has decided to call. And Carey just taking that quick tap. Piliandala Central not being up to it. And they go over for their second try, which in all probability will probably be the final play of this game.
That's probably a consolation try for Carey, who have been second best in this final. And credit to Piliandala Central. Came up all guns blazing in the first half. Conversion is good, but that's the game. So Piliandala Central have done themselves proud. Cup winners of the Western Province 7 Segment B. And a brilliant performance, deserved winners, I would say, Abdullah.
Absolutely. In attack, they looked, the team that was much more formidable. They knew what they were doing. You'd have to say that Kerry, just in attack, they just didn't seem to be comfortable with ball in hand. I thought their line-out was exceptionally good. But as we have a look at the highlights of the second half, Kerry scoring first, and then Piliandala Central fighting back with a try of their own. A wonderful counter-attack. And then in the final few seconds of the second half, Kerry just adding a little bit of respectability to the scoreline, going over for their second try. But at the end of the day, Piliandala Central, deserved winners of the Segment 2 of the Western Province Inter-School Rugby Tournament, 24 points to 12. And they will be taking the trophy. So we'll now go in for a commercial break, and we will be back with the award ceremony.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவர்களின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන. සුගතදාස indoor stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමු.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැබ්බුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාශ
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் சுகததாஸ் இண்டோர் ஸ்டேடியம்
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
තුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමින්
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com එකකින් ඔබ වෙතට.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/thepapare-tamil.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සුගතදාස
at Moratua
Iyagama Mahinda Rajpaksa ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
කිලක්කු මාහන Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
Kurunagala City ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොරනරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ අපේ ලේවල්ටම ගැඹුණු ක්‍රීඩාවක්.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාතික ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායම සහභාගී වන සියලුම තරගාවලින් විශ්ලේෂණාත්මකව සාකච්ඡා කරමි.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඇතුළාන්තයේ සිට අනාගතය වෙත කරන කතා බහ.
පිටිය කතා සෑම සතියකම thepapare.com වෙතින් ඔබ වෙතට.
We had a terrific day of rugby here at the Royal Complex. We witnessed 14 incredible games with 4 teams becoming winners. At the end, it's going to be an absolutely brilliant rest of the tournament. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, we are all ready for the presentation, and let's cross over and see these winners crowned.
Thank you to the guys in the commentary box. It's been a real fabulous day here at the Royal College Sports Complex as we're getting ready for the main presentation. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, we kicked off here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Schools Rugby Tournament kicks off from the 18th to the 31st of December 2021, and we commence with the Western Province Segment B of Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. We'd like to say a very warm welcome to all the parents and the viewers who are watching us on Dialog Television Channel 140, Dialog View, and the Papare.com. We also want to say a very special thank you to Dialog Asiata, Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider, and the major support of Sri Lanka Sports. They are committed to developing talent and investing in our future today. The Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens will give students who have missed out on their final year schools rugby the chance to play and progress to the club and national level. We'd like to say a very big thank you to all the players, the coaches, and the referees. Can we give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? For the main presentation this evening, ladies and gentlemen, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, we have the pleasure of inviting the Retail Operations Group Service Delivery of Dialog Asiata PLC. Please put your hands together for Mr. Hemaka Balasuriya, the General Manager. We also invite the President of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Mr. B.A. Aberatna. We also invite the Secretary of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. Nirodha Vijay Rama. And we welcome the Treasurer of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. Damitha Pereira. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the main presentation for Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens. And keeping with COVID guidelines, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite all our team players to receive the award and then join the main presentation for their official photograph. We begin with the Shield runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, which will be presented by the Treasurer, Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. Damitha Pereira. Shield runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, Paduka Piratana College. After 660 days, we kicked off the first segment this day. Here we go. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the team captain joining us on stage. Shield runner-up. One more time, your applause. And let's put our hands together for the Shield champion, ladies and gentlemen. Boralla CWW Kannangara Vidyalaya. Everybody, put your hands together. Let's hear it for the Shield champion, Boralla CWW Kannangara Vidyalaya. Congratulations. The next award will be presented by Mr. Nirodha Vijayarama, Secretary, Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association. The bowl runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, to the winners, Nugegoda St. John's College. The captain walks up on stage, Nugegoda St. John's College. Picture moment of the bowl runner-up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the bowl champions, Mahanama College. Western Province Segment B. Congratulations, Mahanama College. Congratulations and thank you very much. The next award will be presented by the President of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. B.A. Aberatna. Ladies and gentlemen, plate runner-up goes to Moratu Vidyalaya. Come on, everybody. Plate runner-up. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, plate champion, St. Benedict's College. Let's hear it, let's hear it. Plate champion, St. Benedict's College. And the president of the Sri Lanka Schools Rugby Football Association, Mr. B.A. Aberatna, will now present the player of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens player of the tournament is Ishan Tharindu, Piliandala Central College. Congratulations, Ishan Tharindu, player of the tournament. And now we invite the General Manager, Retail Operations, Group Service Delivery, Dialog Asiata PLC, Mr. Hemaka Balasuriya, to present the next set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens most popular team, St. John's College, Nugegoda. Everybody, come on, put your hands together. Let's hear it. most popular team, St. John's College, Nugegoda. Congratulations. Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens, the cup runners-up, Carey College. Everybody, come on, put your hands together for the cup runners-up. And ladies and gentlemen, the Dialog Schools Rugby Sevens Cup champions, Western B, Piliandala Central College team. Everybody, let's put our hands together and give a big round of applause to Piliandala Central College. Congratulations. One more time, let's give a big round of applause to the Cup champions. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the main presentation. We'd like to say thank you to our dignitaries and to the players and to the officials and to every single one of you who are watching us on Dialog 140 channel, Dialog View and Papare.com. You can vote for your most popular team. All you have to do is be a part of the game and catch the action tomorrow here as well as Western A takes on at the same time. Until we see you tomorrow, it's back to the media box.
So there you go, the champions and the winners of the finals getting their awards and trophies. Incredible stuff from Piliandala Central College, who came up to deliver the goods when it mattered, and they managed to go home with a big W. And congratulations to the rest of them as well, and also congratulations to the organizers who managed to pull this one off. This is the first of 6 tournaments. Piliandala Central College emerging champions, winning the cup final, beating Carey College in the final. It was a dominant performance by Piliandala Central College. And also congratulations to St. John's and Nugegoda. Because of your vote, you picked them as the most popular schools rugby team of the day. That is the Western Province B segment. The winners. They will have plenty memories to take with them. Very, very fortunate that they've managed to play some rugby and end the tournament victoriously as well. We got plenty more action lined up for you. So much of action lined up for you. Tomorrow we will have the Western Province Segment A, which will take place here at the racecourse, and that is definitely proving to be a massive thriller with so many top teams vying for the top honors. And then on the 27th, we will travel to the hill capital, Kandy, where 8 teams will battle out. Then on the 28th, in Wayamba Province in Kurunagala, 30th in Sabaragamu, and also on the 31st, we will be bringing you live action from Kogel FTC ground, the Southern Province competition. So 6 competitions all lined up, and today is just the start, and it's going to be absolutely incredible going forward. Yet again, Schools Rugby is back, and the Papare.com Dialog Asiata PLC is absolutely thrilled to be part of it, and we look forward to having you tomorrow as well. We will be coming to you live sharp at 8:50 a.m.
from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.